Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Pierce County Charter Review Commission on March 9th at 6 p.m. Clerk, would you please call the roll for us?
Lisa Boyd,
Here.
George Consuelo,
Presente.
Mason Fletcher,
Here.
Kate Finn, here, Sharon Hannick,
Here. My audio works.
Caleb Heimlich,
Here.
Elizabeth Herrera, here, Billy Joe Hetherington,
Here.
Jake Hunter,
Here.
Martha Lance, here, Justin Layton,
Present.
Brenda Likings, here, Brenda Molesky,
Here.
Jerome O'Leary,
Here.
Holly Rogie, here, Rujana Rohr,
Here.
Devin Rydell Kelly,
Here.
Troy Surratt,
Here.
Jen Marie Strickling, here, Judson Willis,
Present.
and Kelsey Behrens, here.
And as a reminder to folks who are here with us tonight in person to give public comment, there's a sign-in sheet. So if you would like to give comment, please make sure to sign in so that we can capture you during that time. All right, so first order of business tonight. Oh, sorry, yes, we do have a quorum. All 21 of us are here. It's very exciting. So on to approval of the agenda. So tonight we do have two speakers here with us. And so unless there's an objection, I would like to move the speakers from number 7 up to number 5. Yeah. All right, wonderful. Okay, wonderful. So we have motion to move the presenters up to number 5 and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay. Abstain. Commissioner Lee.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to make public comment 2 minutes moving forward for the remainder of our time as a commission, and giving you, the chair, the discretion to do less than 2 minutes given the amount of public comment we have.
Do I hear a second?
I'll
Second.
So discussion on the amendment to move public comment to 2 minutes going forward, giving the chair discretion to change that if necessary. Is that captured?
Yep.
Commissioner Lee.
Madam Chair,
Oh, sorry.
as maker of the motion, thank you. Thank you. I want to be cognizant of everybody's time, not just us as a commission, but given the amount of public comment, which is fantastic, I want to make sure that we have the ability through the evening to capture everybody that might want to speak. And 2 minutes is plenty of time for folks to tell us what they want us to hear about. And given that we meet every week, there's ample opportunity to continue to come forward and do that as well. This is a pretty, this is a standard done across all jurisdictions. Cities and counties, legislature does this. So I just want to make sure that we're getting our work done. We have a few months left. Our deadline for proposals is coming in a month. And so we really want to make sure we're doing the work of the people of getting that done while still respecting the public comment and getting that in. Thank you.
Commissioner O'Leary.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Leary, District 1.
Right out of the gates.
Commissioner O'Leary, District 1, thank you, Madam Chair. I absolutely do not think this is in the best interest of our citizens. There was no forewarning of this. Many people may have driven quite some distance. They have probably prepared some kind of a statement and maybe even timed themselves to be able to give that presentation within the allotted time that was illustrated or that has been practiced in the past. We've had this discussion before and we all signed on for this. And I love being with my family. I love being home. But at the end of the day, if we have to have additional meetings to fulfill our obligation and still truly hear the words of the citizens, of the public that we're here to represent, then I think it's necessary that we give them the full 3 minutes. Thank you.
The microphone needs to head back because I believe Commissioner Hamlet is next.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner Heimlich. I'm against this for 2 reasons. Number one, we've already discussed this and voted on it previously, but also the open-ended clause that gives the authority to the chair to shorten it even further, I think is detrimental to public input. And we are here to represent the citizens when there are proposals being made to the charter that invoke strong emotions and commitment from people to come, to drive. Some of us drive a pretty decent distance to get here. And so I think silencing voices of opposition is not the way to go. So I am adamantly opposed. Check.
Commissioner Reddy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Commissioner Heimlich and Commissioner O'Leary. This is very important for the public to be able to have their voices heard and to shorten it to 3 minutes, and then also to give the authority to the chair when it should be in the body to vote on it. I don't think that's appropriate, and so I would strongly oppose this.
Commissioner Likens?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This is Commissioner Likens. I hear what everybody is saying. I do think there is a lot of excitement around some of the issues that we're discussing, and it's great to see so many people here wanting to comment. We definitely are here to listen to people, but one of the things I think about is staff time, and staff time is our taxpayer dollars. We are paying staff to be here late, and the longer we go, the more we're paying, and that is taxpayer dollars. So just something to keep in mind. Thank you.
Commissioner Hamlet? On Wednesdays?
Sometimes I do see time constraints when you have, 100 people testifying. We might shorten the time, but for the most things to have a carte blanche of allowing for all the testimony is a bad thing. I am against this kind of ruling. There is a balance though, when you have 100 people, you do want to maybe limit it a little bit, but nothing below 2 minutes. We have already talked about that. We really prefer the 3 minutes, and we also want to make sure that everyone has time to get heard and go through every person rather than chopping it off at a certain amount of time. I don't like that idea, and I'm glad that it's not being brought up. And I understand Commissioner Layton's viewpoint about, how practical practices are, but I think even in the council, they just, so be it that they go late. I know we have evening meetings. That's just the way it has to be.
Commissioner Rohr?
Commissioner Rohr, District 6. I'm also opposed to this. I know we had a good discussion on this earlier when we were setting up our rules of procedure. We also discussed that if we had a large amount of people at that meeting, we already give you the discretion to limit testimony to a smaller amount of time, which is appropriate to give everyone in the room that opportunity to speak. And I, as a commissioner, would encourage and want to hear from everyone. It takes a lot of time, courage, and passion on both sides for people to come and speak. And so I would encourage us all to let it sit at 3 minutes. And if there are large bodies of people coming in, that it could be amended at the beginning of the meeting. Thank you.
Commissioner Wlasky? Commissioner Malowski, we can't hear you, unfortunately. You're muted.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's sad to know that we're having this discussion because in the beginning, everyone is correct. We did have this discussion. We were informed that if it was going to be a lot longer, then we should be able to handle that. I remember that little statement that was made. So the thing is that I really don't think we should even continue this anymore. The thing is that we left it by the vote that if the chair Madam Chair feels that it's going to run over time, that's based on her discretion in regards to how to handle it. But we came to the agreement that 3 minutes was going to be that. If we're going to be concerned about how many people is going to be in the room, then Madam Chair, we need to discuss then how many people per night can attend so that we stay within schedule, so we're not overbearing the staff's time. But if I'm not mistaken, all right, I'm left under the impression it was going to be a long time. It was going to be a long time. And I didn't say anything from that. The second thing is that we made a vote. We agreed on this. All right. And I really don't think it should be any more discussion with this from here. And we need to accept what the approval was from the last meeting.
Commissioner O'Leary.
I've already spoken to you.
Is there?
I want to speak again.
Commissioner, yes, sorry. Commissioner Boyd.
I just, Commissioner Boyd, District 6, Position 2, I just want to say there's irony here that we're all speaking, you know, and using time. But I do want to hear from the people that came and knew that tonight was 3 minutes. I really think I understand that lots have driven far, but I do appreciate the opportunity to shorten things. Let's see what happens. If I'm still here at midnight, I think that we can consider this. I think that there's a lot, and then we have to make it less than 3, that we say that ahead of time. I agree with that.
Just a point of order, this motion is for all meetings from here on.
Correct, so this is for all meetings here on out. All right, Commissioner O'Leary.
She has
Commissioner Herrera.
Thank you. Commissioner Herrera, District 2. I am in agreement. I believe the 3-minute time needs to stay. I appreciate hearing from all the people as well. It does take a lot of time and courage to come out here and stand at the podium and speak to this body as well as any listening public. So I am in agreement. The 3 minutes needs to stand. Thank you.
So, Commissioner or Vice Chair Lance, since
I just wanted to remind folks that our rules of engagement that we adopted in final form, we do say under rules for public comment, 3-minute time limit unless changed by the commission. So that's what's before us is a motion to change permanently, but we have other options. That's all it says.
all right, Commissioner O'Leary, thank you for paying attention to what's going on around us.
Thank you very much, Commissioner O'Leary, District 1. Another thing I'd like to say is that I'm impressed that the room's full. And the room's full because this is obviously an important issue. And the fact that all these people took their time to be there means that it matters. This is a once every decade opportunity. And an extra minute per person should be a courtesy extended to the citizens that voted us into these seats. And lastly, if this goes to a vote, I'm going to be requesting a roll call vote. Thank you.
Seeing no other discussion, we will take a vote, and I hear the roll call request. So we will do a roll call vote. Clerk, if you'll read through the roll call and everyone can say either for or against or abstain. And sorry, I'll read the motion again. To move the public comment will be reduced to 2 minutes moving forward and further change at the discretion of the chair.
Kelsey Behrens.
Aye.
Lisa Boyd.
Nay.
George Consuelo.
Abstained.
Mason Fletcher.
Nay.
Kate Ginn. Aye. Sharon Hannick.
No.
Caleb Heimlich.
No.
Elizabeth Herrera.
No.
Billy Hetherington.
Aye.
Jake Hunter.
Aye.
Martha Lance. Aye.
Justin Layton,
Aye.
Brenda Lakens,
Aye.
Brenda Molesky. You're muted, Commissioner Molesky.
Nay.
Jerome O'Leary,
Nay.
Holly Roby. Nay. Jana Rohr,
No.
Devin Rydell Kelly,
Aye.
Troy Surratt,
Aye.
Jen Marie Strickling,
Aye.
Judson Willis.
Nope.
I have 10 ayes, 10 against, nays, and 1 abstention. And I believe abstentions count towards the negative, is that,
No.
we don't count?
Doesn't count for you. It's a tie, so motion fails.
So the motion fails. All right, so we will move on our agenda then.
Madam Chair.
Oh, Commissioner Rohr.
Point of information, or I know that you, the chairs, Madam Chair and Vice Chair, make the agendas. I'm wondering if in the future you could look at putting on the agenda that the presentations are before public comment, so people know to expect to listen to the presentation, and just that it's going to take some time for them before they get a chance to, and the opportunity to speak. So, thank you.
Thank you. Point well taken, and that was in our plan. We just get so busy moving through creating this agenda, so to speak. So thank you for that. All right. So next item on our agenda is approval of the minutes. So we need to approve the minutes for February 18th.
Move to approve.
We need to approve the agenda.
Oh,
That we do. Thank you so much.
No, we
Point well
don't.
taken. All right, so first we will approve the agenda as amended. If I can get a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
So moved.
A second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of approving the agenda as amended, please say aye.
aye.
All opposed, please say nay. And all abstained. Wonderful. Thank you, everyone, for helping keep us on track tonight. So on to approval of the minutes. So we have our minutes for February 18th, which was a regular meeting. Those minutes should have been in your packet. Any
Move to approve.
have a motion to approve
Second.
and a second? Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of approving the minutes, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay. Any abstentions? All right, so minutes have been approved. Now we are going to move on to our presentations. So just as a reminder, for the public and for our presenters, that we have 30 minutes allotted to each presenter. That includes questions. And for commissioners, when it gets to our time to ask questions, please only ask one at a time. We will loop back around to people for second questions if we have time, but if I hear, and my second question is, I'm gonna cut you off. So just know that that's coming. All right, so our first presenter tonight is our Pierce County Sheriff, Keith Swink. And we will get you a microphone. Thank you so much for being here tonight.
Well, thank you. Good evening. My name is Keith Swank, and I'm the elected sheriff of Pierce County. I'm here today to tell you that democracy and the will of voters is under assault in the state of Washington. Last week, the state legislature passed or advanced bills that disenfranchise or overturn the will of voters on sheriff certification, non-citizens as law enforcement, and income tax. 87% of voters were against the sheriff certification law and 89% against the income tax. Both are unconstitutional. Both will likely be short-lived. We do not need to continue that unfortunate trend here today. What do Pierce County voters want? They want an elected sheriff. 18 years ago, 66% of the voters overwhelmingly decided this when they reversed a short experiment in an appointed sheriff and returned to their historical roots with an elected one. Voters wanted a choice of who protected them and to avoid one-party rule in Pierce County, and the voters have spoken. And it's not just here. Nationwide, almost 99% of all sheriffs in the US are elected. That reflects a long-standing tradition that avoids the corruption and control that one-party systems bring. It's lasted so long because it works, and it's why it should not be called the Sheriff's Department, but the Office of Sheriff. People who want to return the sheriff to an appointed position say the sheriff shouldn't be political, as if an appointed sheriff is not a political position. Being sheriff is extremely political. Pierce County Sheriff Office is the largest elected sheriff office in the state and the 59th largest in America out of over 3,400 counties. That right there makes being sheriff political. My days are filled with political work such as community engagement, speaking with politicians, both local and federal, and working with our various partners here in the county and our communities. Several members of this committee want the sheriff to be appointed. Why is that? The sponsor, Jake Hunter, told Peter Talbot of the Tacoma News Tribune that I am an existential threat. That's a lie. He simply doesn't like my direct style of communication. I have served honorably for over 34 years, and having the courage to tell the truth about the takeover is an existential threat to his ability to subvert the will of the voters. Yet, Mr. Hunter recklessly makes these incendiary comments with disregard for the danger he poses to me and my family, all because I say things he disagrees with.
Sheriff Swank, we have a point of order.
This move is purely political because my opponents could not.
We have a point of order.
Okay,
Commissioner Consuelo?
Are we allowed to direct comment towards commissioners specifically, or is it supposed to be towards the commission in its entirety?
So to answer your question, our rules of decorum are about addressing the entire body, not a specific, if we don't have anything about specific commissioners, but the comments are meant to the whole body.
Interesting.
then I'll continue. This move is purely political because my opponents could not beat me at the ballot box, so they want to cancel me. How very undemocratic. They are banking on the hope that Pierce County will continue to be controlled by Democrats. But what if an existential threat like me is elected executive? Would you want me to appoint your sheriff? Or would you want to vote for your sheriff? If I believe the same way as the sponsors of this proposal, I wouldn't be standing here today. So I'll dissect the proposal now, starting with the qualifications. How many of you in here think that Paul Pastor was a good sheriff? Well, under these qualifications, he wouldn't qualify. He was never a police officer. He was appointed. He didn't go to the academy. He didn't have sworn officer supervisory experience. Yet, many people believe he was a great sheriff. And that the sheriff must possess at least 10 years of progressively responsible experience in law enforcement. Let's just say that the chief of Roy wants to be sheriff. There are 2 full-time officers there, including him. And let's say that prior to being chief, he worked for Silicon PD, a department of 9. He worked there for 5 years. He was an officer for 3 and then a supervisor. This person would qualify to be a sheriff. But would he really be qualified? You see, I was a police officer in Seattle for 33 years, and I'm quite sure I had much more experience in 1 year than this imaginary person that I speak of would have in 10 years. But in this case, I wouldn't qualify for sheriff, or a person like me wouldn't qualify for sheriff. My point is, 10 years of progressive experience doesn't mean anything if a person really doesn't have experience. And the tenure requirement is entirely subjective. 10 years sounds like lots of experience unless you work somewhere where nothing happens. These requirements ultimately do nothing to make the sheriff more qualified or accountable. There is no additional rationale for making the sheriff an appointed position. There's something like 50 plus elected positions in Pierce County, from county executive, the council, prosecuting attorney, judges, the auditor, the assessor. Are these positions too political? Are they subject to new qualifications? The exact reason many of you say we should have an appointed sheriff is to get rid of politics, but that's all theater. The sponsors of this amendment want the current executive to pick the sheriff, and they hope that by changing the executive term to 3 terms, he will be able to pick the sheriff until we revisit this charter again in 2036. But an independently elected sheriff is necessary for oversight of the county council and the executive. It's necessary for checks and balances and to avoid single party rule, to help avoid corruption and authoritarianism. The sheriff keeps the council executive honest, and they in turn keep the sheriff honest. To keep the sheriff independent, answerable to the people, and a check on and against corruption, you should change section 3.70 to read, there is hereby created the office of sheriff. The voters have spoken, they want an elected sheriff, and they want the will of the ballot box to be respected. Making this a position appointed, subjecting it to random and poorly thought out new qualifications, while not doing the same for the dozens of other elected positions in the county is undemocratic. Let's keep our positions elected as the voters intended. Thank you for your time, and I'll be glad to answer any of your questions.
Questions? Commissioner Roby?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming today, Sheriff Swank. What are some of the key important differences between a county sheriff and the chief of police, a chief of police, for example?
Well, they're both purely political. The chief of police is appointed by the executive or the council or the person in charge of that jurisdiction, and they do their bidding. The sheriff represents the people and doesn't have to worry about being told what to do. They can do what they think is right, and they are answerable to the people who voted for the sheriff and put them in office.
Thank you. Commissioner Malowski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sheriff Swank, thank you so much for your presentation. I appreciate that. I have a little bit of curiosity because the debate is, for elected versus appointed position. Some people look at having an appointed position means that someone has a wonderful resume, so much experience underneath their belt, a lot of. But, through my research, I found a couple of things that kind of contradicts that. And I want to get your opinion in regards to this. So we know with the elected positions, we're hoping that the person has experience, they have a hope for the job, they have a heart for the job, and they're going to do right for the people because that's what the people's voting for. For the appointed position, that's kind of limited for the people because they don't have a choice. It's somebody within the departments to hire somebody with a wonderful resume and experience that they bring forth. But regretfully, what I'm seeing here that kind of nullifies that, I heard one sheriff spoke where he says, unless you're a lawmaker that sexually harasses a subordinate, that was in 2018, or a lawmaker that shows up to work during drunk, that was a couple of days ago, I saw that on the news, or a lawmaker that leaves work drunk and crashes, that was 2018, a PUD commissioner engaged in bribery, that was 2025, a coroner, which is one of our constitutional positions, that uses fentanyl found on dead bodies, that was 2025, an assessor that stalks his ex-girlfriend, that's another constitutional position, stalks his ex-girlfriend, which is in violation of a court order, and that's 2025. So I can go on. So the reason why I brought this up is because I see there's a conflict in regards to what's identified as qualified. Give me, with your opinion, all right, does it really make a difference? Is it the heart of the person that makes the job and the person to respect the position? Now, I want you about this now because I've also did background check on you as well. So I know that you had some little issues when you're in Seattle. What would be the confidence that you would give the voters of knowing that you are the exceptional sheriff, and any sheriff that we elected would be an exceptional sheriff to do right with the community?
I'm not really sure if I follow your question, but the people have the right to vote in every position in the state. There are no qualifications for them except for prosecuting attorneys and judges. Every other one, the state representative, state senate, the governor, actually the president of the United States, in order to be qualified for that, you have to be born in America and 35 years old. That's all you have to be, and you're qualified. So these qualifications that people are putting on office, such as the sheriff, they need to not happen. For instance, in 2020, a retired general who was a county councilman before, and he also was the Lakewood mayor. He was a one-star general, retired in the Army. He ran for sheriff, and under this bill here, he wouldn't be qualified. But I will tell you that a brigadier general in the military is absolutely qualified to lead an office of 700 people, especially after they led thousands and thousands of men and women. So to say somebody doesn't have qualifications doesn't mean anything at all. The sheriff of an agency as large as this, the CEO, I don't go out on the street and arrest anybody. I haven't arrested anybody since 2005. I am the leader of the sheriff's office. I have people that do that. I'm busy all the time dealing with what happens in the sheriff's office itself. So the people should have the right to vote for somebody. And if they vote for somebody who's never been a cop before and they don't like that person, they can vote them out of office the next time around, just like any other elected position.
Commissioner Munich?
Yes, thank you very much for speaking with us. It was very informative, but I did have one question, mainly what is the jurisdiction? What areas do you cover, being that there are cities and towns in Pierce County that have their own police department? I live in unincorporated Pierce County. Which has more weight as far as, what your role is and what you can do?
Pierce County Sheriff's Office polices all of unincorporated Pierce County, which you said you live in, so that you don't live in an incorporated area. And we also have contracts with Edgewood and University Place, and those are the places that we police. So that goes the whole way from Mount Rainier to the Key Peninsula, across the Purdy Spit, way out there to the Mason County line. Our county's 1,806 square miles. It's very long from east to west. But we police everything that's in the unincorporated area, which is about 500,000 people, give or take.
Commissioner Rydell Kelly?
Yes, thank you, Sheriff Swank. I have a couple questions. I'm curious first about if the sheriff's first question, I'll come back to that one later. If a democratically elected sheriff's office is the will of the people, what do you think your explanation is for why there is so much lower vote turnout for sheriff's races than other races throughout the county, and why there are so few competitive sheriff races in Pierce County history, such as Paul Pistori, when he ran twice after getting elected after being appointed, he ran unopposed two of those times. So if you have thoughts on either of those things, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Well, I don't know about the previous ones why nobody ran, but I can tell you in 2024, 6 people ran for sheriff. And in the general election, when it was down to 2 of us, 400,000 people voted. I would say, or close to it, voted for sheriff. 190, about 400,000 people voted. I would say that's a pretty good turnout. So I don't know where you come up with a number saying the turnout wasn't very good. There are fewer people that vote for the sheriff than vote for the executive oftentimes. And that could be because of positioning on the ballot, but also it could be because people that are bad don't like cops and they don't vote for cops at all. It could be that. I don't really know what the reasoning is behind it, but all in all, Pierce County Sheriff race in 2024 was very competitive and the turnout was very good.
Commissioner O'Leary, and I'm sure Swank, if we could share the mic with Commissioner O'Leary, that'd be great.
this will be short. Commissioner O'Leary, District 1, thanks for the presentation. Going back to qualifications, are there any qualifications, Chief Swank, that you would recommend be included for any person that would be eligible to run for office, having gone through an election, having served in the office now, and looking forward?
I think that if somebody runs for sheriff, they shouldn't be a convicted felon. They shouldn't be precluded from being able to carry a firearm, especially if they're gonna do or take any police action. But as far as qualifications, I believe that the voters make good choices and we should allow the voters to vote for it. If the voters wanna vote in somebody who's never been a cop before, which happened in Pacific County 4 years ago, a person was elected sheriff, he'd never been sheriff before, and the people are pleased with that sheriff. So the people can make that decision. If they want to vote for somebody who's not a cop, that should be their prerogative. The other thing is, most times people that aren't cops don't get voted in to be sheriff. As the example in 2020, when the retired Brigadier General ran, he didn't make it through the primary. The people said they wanted to vote for cops, so they voted for 2 people in the primary that were cops.
Commissioner Strickland.
Thank you. Perfect. Hi, Swank. Thank you for showing up to our district meeting yesterday, I believe, for a listening session. There's one thing that you brought up there that I would like to bring up again. It's around the retiring of police officers when they've done something wrong, like say Dickerson when he hit the family of 4. Is it something that you think that it's great for people to just retire and not face any consequences? Should police officers have different rules than regular citizens? Like, I'm just curious about that.
Well, police officers have different rules than citizens. As soon as that incident happened, Major Dickerson was removed from duty, put on administrative leave, wasn't allowed to come back into any buildings. All of his computer equipment and phone and key card was taken from him, and we got a hold of the Washington State Crime Lab and asked them to expedite the blood draw test, because oftentimes it goes well over a year before it comes in. So he was treated differently. And some people said to me, well, why didn't you just fire him when you found out about what happened? So I would like to explain that, and thank you for bringing this up because we talked about it yesterday. We have labor law out there. We have a thing called due process. If I were to fire somebody and then later on they were found not guilty in a court of law, the county would have to pay millions and millions of dollars. And I am very conscientious about the taxpayers' dollars. I am also very conscientious about people's rights. So we shouldn't violate people's rights, whether they're a police officer or whether they're a citizen or whether they're a non-citizen in cases like crime. So I follow the process. And when the blood alcohol came back, prosecuting attorney charged Major Dickerson with a crime. We went through the process, and if he had stayed on, I would have fired him. However, he retired, which is his right. If you were at Boeing and you got arrested for a DUI, you probably wouldn't even lose your job. But anyhow, even if you did, you'd be able to retire. There's not a provision there that says if you commit a crime and before you convict it, you lose your pension that you paid in for 25 or 30 years. So everything was followed by the book. Lastly, I gave a press conference about it right away. I went out and talked about how terrible it was, how embarrassing for the agency it was, how terrible it was for people to get harmed and all of that. And we did that right away. This is the most transparent sheriff's office it's ever been. We are so transparent that the prosecuting attorney's advice sometimes for me is to not say the things that I do say. But I'm trying to be transparent with the community to the best of my ability. Thanks for bringing that up. I like the record, set the record straight on that.
Commissioner Heimlich?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Sheriff Swank, for being here. Last week, we heard testimony that sheriff's elections, and this is reading from the slide, have been uncompetitive in Pierce County. Would you describe your 2024 election as uncompetitive?
It was the most competitive election in a long time. My understanding is between the two that made the general election, it was the most money raised and spent ever also. And I will tell you this is just me from my position here. I had a lot of politicians that were against me the whole time. So in my opinion, it was very, very competitive. My opponent had people that were helping her out. So it was very competitive from the beginning to the end. And I'm quite sure that it'll continue to be competitive because I'm sure there's somebody that will, if I decide to run again, will want to step up and run against me. And I support that. Even if they're not a cop, I support that.
Vice Chair Lentz?
Hello, Sheriff Swank. My name is Martha Lance. I'm from District 7. Thank you for speaking to us. I just have a question. You've spoken quite a lot about qualifications in the Senate bill and just in general. And as you know, the task of this commission is not to reach a final decision on anything, but simply to make recommendations on matters that should go to the voters. So I'm wondering if you have any thoughts about an amendment proposed to voters that was very simple, elect or appoint, nothing else in it, and just let the people choose, as you're saying.
Well, if that's what you come to, that's fine. I think it's a waste of time when there's things in the charter that you really should be addressing, such as for future, not for me, for the future sheriffs, the independence of the office. It's written in there that the sheriff is an executive department. And that was written in 1980 in the original charter, and whenever the sheriff was an appointed position. So you should work on that so that when the sheriff is there, if the people decide that they should be independent then, so they can work independently and not be said or have these fights in the court about the independence of the office of sheriff, which is written in our Constitution. So no, I don't, if the body here decides that they want to put forward to the people of Pierce County appointed or elected, then that's the way this process works. I'm just here telling you that we're spending a lot of time talking about this sheriff thing because people don't like me, but I won't be the sheriff forever. There might be the sheriff that you really, really like, and then they'll end up being appointed by somebody else and you'll say, darn it, I really like that sheriff, whoever it was we voted for. So I just think that it should be left to the vote of the people. But this is a vote of the people. If the people say that, then that's fine to make it appointed. But all this time we're spending on it, we could really be diving into the charter and making it better and actually holding all politicians accountable. I'm good with doing background checks and everybody wants to run for office. I think that would be great. That's the things we should do in there. We do a polygraph, do a psychological test, stuff the same thing that police officers are subjected to. I'm good with that because the politicians write the laws, so let's hold them to the same standards as those of us who they want to enforce it. But I don't think that will come out of this body. I don't think that will happen. But if you could surprise me, it'd be great. I support that.
So Commissioner Boyd, and we have about 5 more minutes, just to let everyone know.
Thank you, and thank you, Sheriff Swank, for being here. We had most of our public comments have been on this topic, as you probably know. And we are, on the other side is the big part that you were just discussing, building trust and accountability, right, for the position. And what are your thoughts about that as you're serving all of the constituents of where you preside over, right? And so I guess my question is really, how do you see that building public trust for your position?
Well, one thing that I do that I don't think any sheriff has done before is I have community meetings every month, and not just in one area, but throughout the whole county. And I even have community meetings and go to community meetings in places that the sheriff's office don't police. So I do that, and you all, it's the third Saturday of the month, that every Saturday this year, I'll be at a various library. And before that, I went out, and I still do it once in a while, for breakfast with the sheriff in local communities so people can come by and meet with me. But that's been difficult to get together this year because people protested it and threatened the businesses, saying that they'd break their windows out. So some of the businesses don't want to do that again. But that's where people, it's an intimate relationship there where people can meet me one-on-one and talk to me and ask me questions and learn about who I am. I don't know if it gets much better than that, because most other politicians go out and just speak at a crowd of people and say their piece and leave, but not me. I meet with people. I even went to the listening session yesterday at Summit Library and went in there and to listen, even to listen, like I am going to be here tonight, for people to say bad things about me. Not very many people do that, but I'm doing that, and I'm getting out to reach there. And last thing is, if there are any problems with the deputies out there in the street, they're doing something wrong, then people can file complaints. But the only thing that's going on wrong with Keith Swank is people don't like what I say. But I'm here to support your First Amendment rights, your Second Amendment rights, and all the rights that are given to you that are your rights here. So I expect the same thing, to be able to exercise my rights also. And if you don't agree with me, if I run for re-election, run against me, or have somebody run against me and beat me at the ballot. That's what this is all about, and that's what I support. Win or lose for me, I support that.
All right, so Commissioner Herrera has not asked a question yet, so we'll go to her.
Hello, thank you for your presentation, Mr. Swank. I wanted to ask, several weeks ago when this amendment was first put out, we heard from Deputy Guajardo, and I apologize, I don't remember her first name. She called and spoke in favor of the position staying elected. That being said, you mentioned you had several hundred deputies working for you, and I was wondering if you could confirm the amount of deputies, and also if you have overwhelmingly heard from them in support of the elected sheriff position as well.
The person who spoke is Cindy Fajardo, my undersheriff. And I just for a little bit of information here, she ran against me for sheriff, in case you all didn't know that. But then we had met beforehand and we got along quite swimmingly. And I said, if you win, in the primary, I support you. And if I win, she said she supports me. And because of her, our sheriff's office is very, very successful because of all of her skills. And I just want you all to know that you don't get to see her out there, but behind the scenes, she's running the sheriff's office day-to-day operations. As far as support, people are scared to say about support because they don't want people to see it. So sometimes people get a hold of me, deputies, and I see them, they say things to me like that, like, we support you, Sheriff. Thank you for speaking up. I also have people who are signing up to become a sheriff deputy because of what I say and do. And even if they don't agree with me, they just like that I stand up for everybody's rights. So we have a lot of that going on. And I'm quite sure there's people on the sheriff's office who don't like what I say, but that's just the way it is. I'm the person from the outside. It's never happened before. I never worked for the sheriff's office. I got elected and I came in there and I upset the apple cart, but in a positive way. We've made very good changes there, very positive changes, and I will continue to do so under the leadership of my undersheriff.
All right, Commissioner Surratt, since you're new, and we have 1 minute, so.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Sheriff Swank. Nice to see you again. Commissioner Surratt, District 5. So while the sheriff is elected and oversees their department, that department operates obviously within the larger executive branch of the county. Could you describe the ways in which the sheriff's office might rely on other executive branch departments like finance or HR, potentially facilities and so on?
Well, unfortunately, the sheriff's office depends upon all of those county, we call it big county. So we have to go to HR, we have to go to finance, do all kinds of things that I actually think should be changed. I really believe that the budget should be issued to the sheriff's office. The sheriff should be responsible for the budget. And if the sheriff doesn't do the right thing with the budget, then the people can vote the sheriff out or whatever mechanism that is. But anyhow, we're very, everything's set up for us. We have to go back and get permission, authority and approval to hire people, although we don't have any problem doing that with deputies, but anything else, we have to talk about that. We work together, facilities, oversee basically all of our facilities, all of our buildings and everything. By the way, we have a lot of old dilapidated buildings that we're housing deputies in. And so that it's all intertwined there. But I would say that the other part is, and you just said it, the sheriff, you say department, I say office, is an executive department, which therefore people believe that it's run by the executive and that the executive is the boss of the sheriff's office, but the executive is not because the sheriff's independently elected. Or if that was the case, then the executive could fire a sheriff, but that can't happen. So it's independent, but with the charter, the way it's written, it's intertwined, and there should be some things in that also that should be clarified. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sheriff Swank. We really appreciate your time tonight.
Thank you.
So our second speaker for tonight is going to be our Pierce County Council Chair, Jen Hitcher.
Thank you. Good evening, Commission and Chair Barnes. It's a little weird being on this side. So I really appreciate the time, and I promise not to be 30 minutes unless you send me a lot of questions, but I'm very responsive by email if that's easier. But I was asked by the chair to listen to what Councilmember Morell presented last week and provide kind of either a counter or concurrence that I agree. So I'm just going to do this in bullet points because that's how my brain works. So he talked about reducing the number of meetings, and I do agree. We really struggle to do 50 meetings out of 52 weeks. It means that my staff have 2 weeks of vacation, or we are trying to run our meetings and do our work without our total staff contingency. So it's not about the council members. We know what we sign up for, but we don't do this a lot. So I think he said 49. I would say 48. Split hairs, because we also do in-district meetings, and most of us, not all of us, but most of us tend to do that on top of the 50 weeks that we have meetings. So now we're at almost 60 meetings in a week, in a year for 52 weeks. I also agree with Councilmember Morell that 3 terms is the sweet spot. I will add that I also think that if it's 3 terms for nonpartisan, 3 terms for partisan, so it should be the same. So if 2 terms is what it is, then all Pierce County electeds are 2 terms, or all 3 terms is another way to look at it. Here's where I disagree. I disagree that there should be an additional required in-district meeting. At any time, if any of the colleagues wanted to do an additional in-district meeting, we could work as a body to schedule that and figure it out with our staff, but mandating it really does create a workload issue for the staff and the council to get out into the community. Potentially, you could talk about doing requiring us to do listening sessions in our districts or town hall meetings. That's not there. Some of us do them, some of us don't. But I don't think having 14 additional out in the community meetings required is really going to help, especially with Zoom as an option these days. I do disagree with the change of the supermajority or asking there be 5 votes for every single action. I just feel like it's ineffective and really creates some complications with some of the checks and balances that we do have. And this is the same kinds of checks and balances we have in lots of places across the county, where you have an executive or you have a president that can veto, and then there's ways to challenge the veto. If we go to a supermajority, I don't know how that would work. So if it is something of interest, there is some thinking that needs to go into that. And the other thing I disagreed that he did mention was about the budget. We changed to a biennial budget, but left the timing predominantly the same. My request would be to think about the executive delivering the budget to us 120 days. That gives us well over 3 months as a council to really think about how to do the work and get through everything. It is a $3.5 billion as of this last time, biennial budget, several thousand employees, and it's a lot to unpack, understand, have the feedback from all the different electeds, the separately electeds, and the different departments across the county. And to do it thoughtfully and transparently for public and public engagement takes time. And so I would ask that it come back like 2 weeks, just give us 2 additional weeks at a minimum. Couple other things. So elected versus appointed sheriff, Commissioner Lance, I'm where you are. I think that I've heard out in community, elected, appointed, I've listened to several of these meetings. There's a huge debate. If there's a debate, I think we send it to the people to vote and leave it there. The charter does not really contemplate what happens if the council does not pass a balanced budget or the executive vetoes the budget. We literally, over the last 2 budget cycles, have had those questions and just hoped that everything went well. Would love to hear some clarification on that. I'm hoping we can always stay on the same page and kind of going in the same direction, even when we don't agree. But some guidance in this founding document for our county would be really helpful. I don't have an answer for you, but I'm just throwing it to you because that's why y'all ran for office. And then I did have a wonder about Zoom or hybrid being required versus at the will of the council. Right now, we choose to put that in our rules and procedures. Is that something that we think is important? I don't know that it's raised the level of charter review and going out, because I will also agree voter fatigue with charter amendments is a real thing. But I know that even for your process right now, we have lots of people that are participating because we are offering Zoom as an option. So I don't think we would change that, but if you wanted to make sure, putting it in the charter, make sure, don't use the word Zoom though, because. And then I had heard people talking about moving to 9 council members versus 7. We are eventually going to hit 1 million people. I don't know if this is the year to look at it, but it is something that I think this county will have to face at some point. But it is something to think about. And then a really policy wonky one. Section 9.20 talks about franchise agreements and says 25 years, a quarter of a century is a really long time to have a contract with the county. Again, it's a little bit of a wonky one. So happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Any questions? Oh, yes.
Can you repeat that section?
9.2.
And I will leave my list with the clerk as well.
Mr. Layton.
Thank you. As for franchise agreements, would you suggest just leaving it up to ordinance to set that standard?
I just think 25 is too long. I think we've been doing 15 years as a standard practice, but the charter says 25, so.
Yeah.
I don't know, and you might look to Ms. Flynn and Ms. Long to see if it's necessary. I could just be making something.
Yeah, but if you had your wish list.
I'd say 15 years or less.
Commissioner Malasky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for the presentation. I appreciate that very much. I have a concern because many people have buzzed my ears on this, is how does the county really look at the charter? Because I have been receiving feedback that some of the administration within the county doesn't really use the charter. And so with some of the complaints that we receive from the public, all right, it kind of confirms that. And I'm kind of concerned. How does the county really look at us as a charter, and what would make us be more beneficial if we're weak in some point, that we can be able to help the administration as well as help the public at the same time?
Really good question, thank you. I think one of the things that's often misunderstood is just how our government works. And so I know that Ms. Long is our chief counsel when we're holding meetings, and we will often look to her, and she goes right directly to the charter and provides feedback or answers questions to make sure that we are meeting the expectations of what our county's constitution, our charter is. And if we start to go awry, she calls us on it right away to make sure. And when we have questions, is this allowable under the charter? We are expected to ask, and if we can't come to a decision or if we're having an interpretation issue, then we go to the prosecuting attorney, and that is kind of the setup of our county structure, is that we lean into our elected prosecutor and the staff that he or she hired to provide the guidance.
Kelly? Commissioner Lane might have been before.
But he's.
It's okay, I've already spoken. I can wait I can wait my turn.
Thank you, Chair Hitch and Commissioner Red Kelly, District 4. I'm excited to hear that you're open to the idea of expanding the county council. I think that, as that huge population influx is here over the last number of decades and hasn't changed since the charter was established. I'm wondering if you have any more thoughts on what an ideal process for that might look like, or any opinions on how redistricting might work. I have a lot of thoughts about it myself. I'm wondering if you've given that much thought.
I think first is establishing whether the voters think we should move to 9 would be the first step. I think that there's a lot of strong feelings. There is a cost increase to the public to doing that. I will mention when we moved to our new chambers early on, I said, please make sure that we have a dais that's big enough for 9, because we will get there. And it also allows us to do co-locating meetings, like if we invite other county governments or other city governments to come and meet with us, so that we have a good space. As far as the process after that, my suggestion would be to follow our normal redistricting once we know we're at 9, as outlined by our state rules.
Commissioner O'Leary.
So just a quick question, Commissioner O'Leary, District 1. Kind of a puzzling part for me was, I'm not trying to trip you up here, but 6.15, the presentation of a 6-year plan. First of all, does any executive really present that? And when they do, what happens with it? How is it followed, or is it followed? How many times have you seen it even referenced?
Really good question. When I first got elected, I sent that as an ask to Executive Dan Meyer at the time. And what I was told was, as opposed to a 6-year plan, it was basically what were the priorities, and they tried to update them every 2 years. So it was kind of ongoing. And then in addition, we have a 6-year transportation improvement plan, a 6-year, the TIP, the SWIP, all of those, and a lot of them have a 6-year, and I think those plans help lay out the kind of the biggest investments that the executive oversees, and I think that is how it has been historically interpreted. If you don't think that's meeting what you imagine, then I think some more clarity around the language, because I asked for a 6-year plan thinking I would get something really laid out, and that's what I've gotten. And from our current executive, it's very similar, where he has put out, here is his thinking going forward, but he hasn't done really something long-term, 6 years reaching out formally that I've seen.
Commissioner Heatherington.
Thank you, Chair Hitchin. Commissioner Heatherington, District 2, throw you a little curveball here. But so since the last time the charter met, 2016, it's of my opinion that politics has become very, very partisan, right? Through the national media, through everything. And there are 7 county charters that are out throughout the state. I believe 3 of them have nonpartisan county council members. Do you have any thoughts to make to a nonpartisan county council?
I think at this point, with the data and the research tools that we have available, it's really hard, even when people are nonpartisan, to really be nonpartisan. And so I haven't seen, when I've looked at the commissions and the councils that are not partisan, I have not seen anything that is different, other than a little bit of, for some people, some voter confusion as far as how they educate themselves on voters to think about who they elect. But as far as how they operate is very similar to what we're seeing these days. It's so easy to find the data on people, along with the ways to kind of engage with people.
Commissioner Fletcher.
Thank you, Commissioner Fletcher, District 5. You mentioned a potential issue if council doesn't pass a budget in your council meetings or in your own spare time. What possible knock-on effects or consequences have you or the council contemplated regarding a potential outcome, such as not being able to pass a budget?
So because the charter doesn't contemplate it, it just assumes that we will pass a budget and that the executive will sign it in the set deadline. And so my questions were, well, what if? What if we can't finish? What if there is something that we are deadlocked on? And if we were to consider, one of the things that concerned me was the potential of wanting a supermajority to pass something of that consequence. If we did change that rule, the potential of that happening really does increase. Or if the executive vetoed a budget, what would happen? Because we are mandated in the charter to do a certain amount of work. I want to say by the beginning of December, if we haven't passed a balanced budget, then we don't know. Like it literally stops. So I don't know what happens, which is why I suggested as a potential policy question or charter amendment, because I would love to know what you think we should do.
Commissioner Layton, back to you.
Yeah, there's just RCW and state law and budgets. I believe you have to do one. I don't know however you make that sausage, you make it, but by state law, you have to have one done. But my question for you, and maybe this is probably more pertinent with the executive arm of the county, but our charter is moot on the courts and the prosecutors, which are assigned down by the state constitution, state law to a point. But after that, their budgets, their personnel, their hiring practices need to follow county rules. How have, from your kind of side of the dais, if you will, as chair and as a council member, how have you seen that interaction been with the courts and the prosecuting side? They are a function of our county, but there is nothing mentioning any sort of relationship about that and how that's been working. And it's been on my mind here as part of this and why that's the case. You know, what beyond state law, is there maybe a problem or issues that we might need to address?
So if I start going off and not answering your question, just correct me. But one of the things with all of our separately elected, so that includes our courts and our sheriff, prosecutor, and assessor treasurer and the auditor, we have really a process where they come and present their budget. It starts with going to the executive because of all the different services that the executive's budget does cover. So facilities, IT, risk management, HR, who buys your sticky notes, like all of that is underneath the process of the executive to determine, because it is cheaper in bulk. I mean, literally sticky notes in bulk is cheaper, but also maintaining facilities, if we all are signing leases all over the place, it increases our risk. And so one of the things we do is we kind of consolidate those group services, and then a budget is presented to the executive. The executive, and I'm not exactly sure how Executive Dan Meyer dealt with this, but the current executive met with each of the separately elected, ran through their budgets, the judges ran through their budgets, discussed what they were asking for, and then they presented the agreed upon budget. And I'm very sure every department and every separately selected office didn't get everything they wanted, but they presented a budget that came to the council, then we debated and could amend. And so the sheriff's office came and gave us some things that potentially they were interested in. The auditor's office asked some things. And so it's one of those things where they can come and we can then amend as the council, budget of the power of the purse, power of the.
Commissioner Herrera.
Hello there, thank you for your presentation. So I have a question. So last week, you and your colleagues on the council overwhelmingly passed another tax on Pierce County residents. And that being the taxes that were also passed in the state, are gonna burden, well, all of us in the state and especially Pierce County with even more taxes and money taken out of our pockets. Have you received any feedback from that, or you know, I guess I'm just asking for your thoughts, and because it was also spoken that you know, there might be another county seat added, which I'm sure you know better than I do, that would be super expensive. I know our residents have increased as well, but and you said not maybe this year, but maybe in the future. How does that all tie together? What was the reason for the extra tax, if you could explain that in terms that we understand?
So Commissioner, question, how does that connect to the charter review process? Because the questions for Chair Hitchens about the charter review.
About, she's here answering questions, so.
Point of order, the council member just said that they enjoy the power of the purse, including the ability to maintain or repeal taxes. This question is clearly within the purview of her job.
Point of order, that's an informal use of a point of order, but.
So, Chair Hitchens.
Just let her answer. She doesn't want to answer.
So I'll start with the part related to the charter. Absolutely agree that when we are raising taxes, a supermajority is necessary, and would vehemently argue against it. There has to be a larger body than just a simple majority who is leveraging a new tax. And I'll say I'll fight you on this, but I will argue against that if that were to come up. I think it's necessary. So to your point, Commissioner, related to why we chose to do that and why we had a supermajority that said yes to that, we have significant deficiencies when it comes to the infrastructure to our public safety services. We are long overdue. We call it our new jail, but it's well over 30 years old. It is not new and it is not usable because it is designed for low-level offenders who are not a risk to themselves or others. They're just serving their time. And we have very few of those that we are detaining these days. So we are using predominantly the old jail, and it is an old jail, but it is really only our medium and maximum security placement that we have for adult offenders. We also need to rebuild our Raymond Hall. Whatever our juvenile detention center is going to be, that is long overdue. We have entire sections that we cannot use. Last year, we actually had to move young adult offenders to the large jail, to the adult jail, because we ran out of room when the state decided to send some young offenders back to us without a lot of warning. And the sheriff's office did a really nice job communicating with us, and we were able to get them placed and then get them moved back. But we are not able to meet the needs, and as a growing county, we need more services, not less services when it comes to juveniles. The second larger part beyond that part is that people are the number one expensive thing that the county invests in. The majority of our budget is the people that do the work. They're the people that are driving the streets in our jails, driving the Sasquatch, which is our vacuum truck, and whatever the service is, they're doing that work on behalf of the community members that call Pierce County home and the visitors that come here. And so we need to be able to pay them the salaries that they are, or the hourly wages that they earn through whatever contract they have, whether they're part of a bargaining unit or not. And it's getting more and more expensive. Benefits are getting more and more expensive. Anybody who's in private sector, if you're trying to figure out how to deal with payroll for healthcare, it is astronomical. It's happening to us too. And anything we can do to reduce the risk and make sure we're hiring the best people for Pierce County, having a consistent, flexible source of funds specifically earmarked for public safety will allow us to make sure we're hiring the best attorneys, make sure that we are bringing the best deputies online, providing the best facilities that our residents should get.
Commissioner Kelly.
Thank you again, Chair and Commissioner Randall Kelly, District 4. Sheriff Swank in his presentation spoke about he would be open to or interested in an amendment to the charter that gave more independence to the Sheriff's Department and made a separate office. And then mentioned that it would avoid some litigation that is ongoing pregnant issues right now around the independence of the Sheriff's Office. I'm just wondering what your thoughts are on that type of amendment or any of the ongoing litigation that's happening. Thank you.
Thanks. So I think at the end of the day, for me, it's about liability. Right now, the way we manage services and how we invest in risk management and work with our prosecuting attorneys to manage that risk is incredibly important. If we were to shift all of that ability to the sheriff's office under what I was hearing, the costs and the number of employees that would be needed to be able to do that and the management of their own risk pool and all of that would be a significant increase in costs.
Great, so just for a time check, we have 5 more minutes. Commissioner O'Leary.
Commissioner O'Leary, District 1. Thanks again for answering all the questions. It's really enlightening. There's currently a amendment that is in our hopper, so it's gone to the last stage, that talks about intergovernmental involvement and specifically about the federal government and how we interact or will not interact with it. The council had passed a resolution that basically has very, very similar language to what this proposed amendment has in it. In governing, in your position, I would assume there's a lot of items that flexibility is important. Is there anything in general that you could mention in the charter that in your opinion should not tie your hands as a council person, as far as if we get too defined, could be a detriment to the way that you have to, that anyone in your position would have to serve and allow enough flexibility for you to do what is necessary?
So flexibility is always welcome. However, when we start getting twisted into a pretzel, sometimes we're trying to be, I guess, too flexible, which is why we have the charter. The charter kind of gives us the background, and then we have beyond the charter, the state constitution, and then we have the federal law. I would want to read the exact amendment you're talking about, and I can send my comments to the GM.
It's just an example.
Okay.
You don't have to relate to that. I'm just saying, is there anything you would say, hey, look, keep your hands off this because it ties our hands?
And Chair, if you don't mind repeating what Commissioner O'Leary said, just so that we can have it for the
he asked me to just generalize it, and I guess I'm just not, I think that flexibility can be beneficial. I think that there needs to be guardrails, and that's what to me, that's what the charter does for us.
Commissioner, another question? Sorry. No, it's okay. Right, I don't see any additional questions. So thank you so much for being here and answering all of our questions. Right, well, those are our presentations for tonight. And sorry, just as a reminder, we please ask the folks in our audience don't clap or cheer or boo or any of the things, just so that we can make it a welcoming space for everyone to share. Commissioner Hetherington.
I would entertain a 10-minute recess before public comment.
Second.
We have a motion for recess, a second. Any discussion? All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Abstain, and we're at recess for 10 minutes, so please be back at, I think that's 7:30.
What? Well, cauliflower is not bad.
I know I'm trying to get her going. Punching white too, everybody. Wow. I would say for the least.
See, how are you?
1 minute. 1 minute. Oh, I didn't notice. 2 seconds. Never mind.
I know,
All right.
Oh, yeah.
Wonderful. Welcome back, everyone. So where we are at in our agenda is on to public comment. So first we start with a clerk's report of any written public comment.
Prior to the meeting, the commission received 3 written comments that were distributed as part of the packet materials.
Thank you. So now I have a little thing that I read at the end of every public comment, just to make sure everyone's on the same page about what we're up to tonight. So public engagement is a crucial component to this charter review process. And to ensure all members of the public can participate in sharing their testimony, I request that side conversations be taken out of the room, all testimony be directed to the commissioners, and that the audience refrain from clapping or other expressions of agreement or disagreement during public comment. And as a reminder, as Vice Chair Lenz mentioned earlier, the charter review is here to review the charter and propose amendments that will then be on the ballot in November for all registered voters in Pierce County to vote for or against. So we're not making decisions tonight about anything for the county, just giving people some options on the ballot. All right, so for anyone who would like to make public comment tonight, please make sure to sign up on the form. I think there's one last form over there. I'll just be running through what I think was the order of sign-in, but frankly, the sheets got a little discombobulated. So I will call folks' names in the room. And then if folks online can please raise your hand just so we can get a sense of how many online participants would like to make public comment for tonight. And if you can please come up to the dais, we'll have a microphone available for you, and please make sure to say your name and what area of the district you're from. So our first is, I think, Vic Burke. I'm so sorry, I'm really bad at reading people's handwriting.
Oh, she left.
Oh, okay. So the next is, someone who said Moody, so I'm gonna call their name, Valerie Hartwell.
Hartwell, I reserve comment for right now.
Oh, thank you. So Jeff Winter.
Good morning. Let's open ours up. That was on the last page.
There's a whole other page after you, so. And you'll have 3 minutes.
Jeff Winter, District 5. Yesterday, I attended the listening session at the Summit Library.
Can you please pull the mic closer to you, please?
I'm sorry. Yesterday, I attended the listening session at the Summit Library, and I was the last one to speak before the session ended. I brought up a few points regarding the Constitution. So we were flustered because I didn't have any notes, but anyway, afterwards, I was told that, had somebody tell me that a lot of people on that side, the Constitution isn't really important to them. That really troubled me. I'm going to stop with what I wrote. I'm just going to try to speak. I didn't start coming here because of the personality issue with our sheriff. I came here because I saw an issue with the constitutional issue with elected sheriff. And in my experience of being here, especially tonight, the one lady that spoke after Sheriff Swank, I'm thinking, holy smokes, you guys have so much on your plate. And the burden of running our government. Why would you propose something that's so sound in our Constitution that's going to just take away resources from the community and put it in the pockets of lawyers to litigate this thing after it goes? Because, like I said yesterday, our Constitution, we're a constitutional republic. We're not a democracy, and the idea of passing something here to put it to a vote for the people where 51% majority can take away a constitutional right is very concerning to me. Thank you.
Thank you. David Rose is next.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is David Rose, District 4. There are most of the arguments in this center around preserving our democracy and ensuring accountability in the office of sheriff. I just want to say that there's really nothing about having an appointed sheriff that's undemocratic, and there's really nothing about having an elected sheriff that ensures any more accountability than the alternative. As far as it pertains to democracy, Pierce County government has 25 departments, and out of those 25, only six have an elected executive. The prosecutor, the assessor, the auditor, the executive, the council, and the sheriff. And I'm just looking for some reason, something that sets the sheriff's department apart from the 19 other departments in Pierce County government that have appointed executives. I think the answer is none. There is nothing about our democracy that demands we vote every time a pothole is built. There is nothing about our democracy that demands every member of Pierce County government is elected, from the trash collector up to the executive. We elect positions that exercise discretion. Our legislature exercises discretion in making laws. Our executive exercises discretion in executing the laws. We have a right to have a voice in that discretion, but beyond that, everything is administrative. The office of the sheriff is administrative. We do not need a sheriff that is exercising discretion over the enforcement of our laws. Frankly, we could use a sheriff that exercises a little more discretion over his words and actions, though. As far as accountability goes, elected officials are not accountable to their last voters. They are accountable to their next voters. That means that they are empowered to say whatever the heck they want on the campaign trail, to lie to our faces, and then do whatever they want when they finally take their office. And our only recourse, as far as accountability goes, is to either wait 4 years, which is not recourse at all, or to initiate a recall, which has a burden of 100,000 signatures as it stands right now in Washington State. That is not accountability at all. That's the absence of accountability. Having an appointed sheriff gives us the opportunity to select a qualified and competent candidate to do the job well, who can do the job well, as opposed to electing a popular or charismatic candidate who is good at making TikTok videos. Frankly, Commissioner Malowski made a really great point when she brought up elected and appointed officials who do absolutely crazy things. In that appointed officials are no more likely to engage in corruption or reprehensible behavior than the alternative. And as it stands right now, I think we have a much better chance of getting someone who is not an attention-seeking diva through an appointed process.
Thank you. Next, we have Sheila Nguyen.
My name is Sheila Nguyen, and I live in District 5. And I would like to mention that when it comes to the sheriff's situation, I was hoping that I could address you as far as, would it be something that you can guys kind of, I don't think you can make sausage separate from all the other issues that you have to deal with, because it does seem to be taking up a lot of the space in the room. And there's so many more things that we need to address. I am an environmental biologist. I have done streams, wetlands, wildlife, and wildlife habitat. And for me, that is a critical component of what we have to do here in the county. And I also did enforcement for regulations for critical areas. So I want that to be addressed, and that's why I'm here. So that's it. I want to see that, and also schools. And there's just so many things community-wide that we need to address, including traffic patterns and congestion and the issues that we have in the rural separator, because it is being used. Waller and many of the roads are being used basically like a state route to get to South Hill. Thank you. And we have a lot of accidents. Thank you.
Thank you. Carol Sue Brayton.
The last one down. I'm gonna hit on her part, critical areas, because it should be in our constitution. And I'm gonna say it needs to be enforced, which it's not. I live in Lahar, a dam break area. Liquefaction, and the tsunami area, it needs to be addressed, because these are all illegal land developments. So you should put it in the constitution, because it isn't being enforced. And I'd like to see our sheriff be able to enforce it. So I think the sheriff's office department should be separate and apart. And I do believe it needs to be elected. It's not about Sheriff Schwein. Everybody's trying to make it about him. That's not. Let's make it about the people that we were all to be elected to represent. That's who we're here to represent. Now, they wanted to vote for sheriff, allow them to do that. I think we have other topics that are critical to our county constitution. And even bringing up the tribe and some other things needs to be brought up. Contracts for 10 years, not 25. Set the sheriff's law enforcement office separate and apart, critical areas. Independent office of the sheriff should not be overturned by the commission. That should be the voters, and you should put it to. They can put it before. I'm also saying the initiative process needs to be there, and that's something that's been brought up to me. It's critical that we can have the initiatives here and not be interfered with. And we're looking at a number of different things. We're also looking at the executive office needs to be set apart, and there may be even departments that need to be divided out. And how budgets are run, how I think that it should be at least 140 days to look at it, really and realistically. If you've ever looked at a budget, please consider a longer period of time for these people and a reasonable amount. And when you're setting off to do other constitutional, take a look at the state and the federal constitution. You want it to be as closely aligned with that as possible. And also I had somebody mention to me, resident and citizen. They're citizens of Alaska. There was 4 different people that told me this. They reside here because they work between here and Alaska. They were very concerned with the charter themselves, and they wouldn't even do voting here. And the effects of what a person who's a resident and could be coming from elsewhere. So whether it's another state, it's another country, so that's something that needs to be taken care of. Thank you. Thank you. I'm actually was on the last of the list. So,
So Barbara Church is next.
Thank you. My name is Barbara Church, District 5. I'm here to support the Sheriff's Office as an appointed position. Although many sheriffs are elected by voters, that office is typically low visibility. Now I say this, but I do agree with Sheriff Swank that last election wasn't low visibility. He ran against a woman who actually came close in that election. And considering that women in the workplace still don't have equality, she did a pretty good job. Anyway, the sheriff has huge responsibilities because they oversee more than a third of law enforcement officers and control almost all local jails. This is such an important position that there needs to be better oversight, which I believe this appointed position will have. Many of you felt strongly about the elected position. While Sheriff Swank worked for Seattle Police Department, he was being investigated by police oversight and then resigned. I wonder how many people would have voted for Sheriff Swank if they had known that when he resigned from Seattle Police Department, the outgoing police chief would have fired him for his inflammatory and politically egregious social media posts, which was determined by this oversight investigation. How many would have voted for him knowing that he already has 15 complaints and the Washington State Board of it, the Washington State Criminal Justice Training Commission has set 8 separate cases investigating him. I'm not going to go into them all. How many watched him in Olympia threatening legislators and Tacoma Pierce County community members, saying that if Senate Bill 5855 passed, he would circle the county city building with thousands of people protesting. Words carry weight. I too felt threatened. People in this office need to speak in a way that doesn't cause harm. Upholding the US Constitution, upholding and enforcing the state constitution, and enforcing and implementing state law as interpreted by the state Supreme Court is a core duty of law enforcement leaders. I don't feel safe under Sheriff Swank's leadership. Let me be clear. I live in Pierce County and I am a constituent of Sheriff Swank. And I hope I'm heard as any other constituent. I support the Charter Review Committee's proposals that include community advisory and oversight, ombudsman, inspector general oversight, vetting and qualifications, and a clear path to removal to bring accountability to this position. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So our next speaker is Maurice Lapointe II, I believe.
All right, I'm Maurice Lapointe, and I want to thank everybody for coming here. It's nice to see we have so many people showing up for this, and thank you, Keith Swank, for your presentation. I enjoyed that. I'm a little bit more of a conservative leaning person, and I've been really used to losing who I vote for, and I voted for Keith Swank, and I've been happy about that for the most part. And it seems a little bit odd to me that when a constitutional or liberty-minded person has gotten into office, that all of a sudden the rules need to be shifted and changed. And there hasn't really been too much of a justification for why it should be changed. I've heard a lot of low voter turnouts or uninformed voters or things of that nature. But it sure seems like that's a little bit more of a threat to our democracy than having the people select their own sheriff. Whether he has inflammatory language or not, the people saw it and they voted for him. One thing that Sheriff Swank brought up in his presentation is that he's accountable to the people. Meaning that his incentives when running for a sheriff was to make his case to the people. And if we switch that out, the sheriff's office will no longer make their case to the people anymore. His case will be made to whoever appoints him. And we don't know how far that's gonna go back. They already have to go get their finances and through HR, they already have to work with the big Pierce County, right? And so I would like him to be able to appeal to the people. And it looks like that in the last election, it was a lot more contested than it was in previous elections. And I think in a lot of ways that's because, well, in 2020, there was a lot of government overreach. And that, I believe, woke a lot of people up. And so they've been more involved and getting more concerned about having a one-party rule here in Washington State. And changing the elected sheriff position to be in favor of whoever is ruling currently at that time, I don't think is going to ease anybody's, I guess, worries about government overreach anymore. Because, I mean, we've seen for a long time, or at least since 2020, that, I mean, we went through hundreds and hundreds of days of a government emergency. And well, I guess I don't have time to get into that, but I support Keith Swank and I support keeping it an elected position. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Ken Paulson.
Well, Ken Paulson, District 4. So I have been here, I think, everyone except one. I've spoken every time. And it goes through my head. Why are we talking about sheriff all the time? I think one group wants more power. You appoint the sheriff. Sheriff's got to do what you say to do, or you're going to get rid of him and get another one. So the city of Tacoma appoints the police chief. 5 years ago, 4 drug houses around me. I went to the community police thing at the fire department. I went to the mayor's coffee. I said, yeah, I live 5 blocks down, turn left of the drug house. Then I got like, what am I doing? I went to the police chief at a city council meeting. I said, who's the police chief? I didn't, I said, hey, there's a drug house blocked for me. I see the cars. They're faster than Burger King. Nothing happened. Was not on the agenda. Whoever does the appointing didn't want it. Did I feel safe? No. All these, anyway, I won't describe them. So that's what you get when you get appointed. If we had an appointed sheriff, the appointed sheriff would be, oh, I mean, I'm not supposed to do that law? That's got the free pass? That's what some people want. I think free pass is gonna be illegal aliens that murder. Let's just call it what it is. That's what I think people want. I'm gonna read you some headlines. This was not in our state, but illegal arrested in Florida for abusing and killing 3-year-old. I got a 3-year-old great grandson. ICE arrests dozens of criminal illegal aliens convicted of murder. There's like 10 of these I found.
Thank you. We're at time. Are there any additional public comment in the room tonight? Is there? There is a whole other page, it looks like, so. Thank you. Thank you so much, Commissioner Heatherington, for always bringing things up. So Riz Long, I'm gonna say that's wrong. Is Riz here?
I am.
Okay, I'm so sorry.
It's okay. It's Monkey.
Long?
Monkey.
Thank you.
My name is Riz Monkey Florizal. I'm in District 7. And as pointed out by many people earlier today and throughout previous meetings of this commission, the question of the sheriff, should it be appointed or should it be elected? I must point out that in the history of this current charter, which was enacted in 1980, 26 years have elapsed when the county position of sheriff was appointed, which means only for the past 20 years has it been elected. So this current charter, logically, means that has had an appointed sheriff longer than it has had an elected sheriff. Now, given time difference, we've had enough time to understand the difference between an appointed and an elected sheriff. The last elected sheriff we had, Mr. Troyer, if anyone recalls the votes of 2021, the council tried to remove him because of some, well, things that we did that were in error. Granted, he was eventually found to be not guilty, but it is that reason why we should return to an appointed sheriff to have more oversight of the sheriff. More oversight does not mean less independence. It just means more accountability. There is a difference between the two. So, furthermore, I would say that the sheriff's office should not be independent, but should remain under the executive, just much like how the Department of Defense is currently under the chief executive. I do not see the logic changing something like that, since somebody did mention earlier that we should follow the current Constitution of the United States. But here in Pierce County and here in Washington State, we follow the charter, then the state constitution, and the US Constitution. It is the overall arching thing. But the charter affects us most intimately. And so the person who is guarding me, sheriff, I can honestly say that I do not believe that he has my best interest or safety at heart, not by his behavior or action that he has said when he was in the Seattle Police Department or in Olympia. That is conduct unbecoming of an elected official, and he should never be elected again. It is better that we have a situation where it's appointed clear guidelines, as mentioned and pointed here, on the proposal by Mr. Attorney, or that would make sure that all of us, or at least the majority of us who reside here in Pierce County, would feel safe and comfortable that we have a competent sheriff. Thank you.
Thank you. Now for the missing page, hopefully with folks who are wanting to speak on it. Sean L. Less. Nice.
My name is Sean. I'm a resident of Pierce County District 4, and I am also a Navy veteran who took an oath to defend this country, the Constitution, and the people within it against all enemies, foreign and domestic, even if those enemies are currently sitting in office. I am speaking in favor of an appointed sheriff today because I believe that a sheriff should focus on his job of enforcing county law, not focus on pretending to be a politician and trying to curry favor with people who are fascists just to have a semblance of power. An elected sheriff is a sheriff that can be bought, just like any elected official anywhere, frankly, including elected executives all the way at the top of our country, like the person sitting at the throne right now, stealing all of our taxpayer monies every chance he gets. Moreover, I believe that a sheriff that claims to be protecting the Constitution should at least be held accountable for actions like supporting the doxing of protesters, exercising their First Amendment rights on social media, for using that same social media presence to advocate for trans people to have their Second Amendment rights taken away, and for threatening state legislators with rioting if he's removed from his position like it's January 6th. I firmly believe that the need for prompt accountability needs to be sooner than waiting years for the damage and erosion of trust in law enforcement to fester before we can just vote him out. Such as in a way that an appointed sheriff answering to the duly elected executive that people have democratically elected to put in charge of this county to hold him accountable. I'm not harping on the actions of our current sheriff because I don't like them. I harp on the actions because they outline exactly what a corrupt official can do to abuse his elected position without accountability. Also, pushing this amendment forward will allow voters to decisively decide whether they want to desire an appointed sheriff versus that who is accountable to the same law they swore to uphold, or an elected county sheriff who wins a popularity contest to become pro.
Thank you. Next is John Leslie.
Hey, so I'm John Leslie. I'm a lifetime resident of Pierce County. I'm in District 5. I attended the listening session yesterday. I'm going to repeat some of the things that I said there, so I'll be redundant for those of you. And thank you for being so respectful. I enjoyed it. The point I made yesterday on that was to bring up an old adage. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Government seems to have a different adage. If it ain't broke, fix it till it is. And through my life, I started as a young 17-year-old going into the Bricklayers Union here and have spent almost 50 years in that trade in the trenches. So I'm as average as they get. But through my lifetime, the government has done more to me than for me. That if it ain't broke, fix it till it is. It's the main point I wanted to emphasize. I hope that will be the main guiding light for all these decisions here. Our county charter has been in place for 20 years, so it's proven, it's fixed. All the proposals that I see right now are not based on things that have gone wrong, that are demonstrable and measurable, that you can point to and say, this has been a problem in our charter. They're more presumptive that this could or this might happen. Even if everybody in this room agreed on those, we don't know because they haven't been tried and true. There may be hidden unanticipated consequences in there that nobody can count on. So I'd ask you to, when you propose things, make sure that it's something that's actually fixing something that has happened, not something that might happen. The other thing, I got a handout that I sent to all of you on the procedures here. That's a big problem. I hope it can be resolved immediately. I'm not pointing intent to anybody. It's just a failure that needs to be fixed. The procedures that are going on here, the steps they go through, most people don't even know what they are. I went ahead and printed some out to hand out if anybody doesn't know the procedures here, what each one of these amendments go through, I got those for you. The amendments themselves are scattered across all of these packets. The average person approaching this that doesn't know anything about it can't find them. And then the third is the process. Where are these at in the process? That's not published either. So those three things, I hope they'll be addressed. Those aren't controversial. Those will help everybody engage better. So I ask that you please address those. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Thank you.
Thank you. Aaron Plesky?
Madam Chair, Graham Plesky, District 3. When we, the people of Pierce County in 1980, what we did is we overthrew a government of the government in favor of government of the people. And we even put it in big bold letters on the cover of the charter, we the people. This document even gives we the people the right to overrule the county executive and the council. We've done it 3 times. And so we the people sitting here are really, that's why I have to express that I am just very concerned what happened tonight. I sat in this room last week and listened while the public was pushed back from testimony, while we had to listen for 30 minutes for 2 people who were out of state, out of county, and we were lectured by them. And then tonight, I come in the room and hear 10 people on this commission and 1 abstention say they want to limit we the people, the governing body of this county, to their speaking out when they only have once every 10 years to speak. So I would just add, I just kind of remind you folks of the words of President Johnson when he left office. He said, "I now retire to the most powerful office in American history," and that is that of individual voting citizen. Please listen to we the people and realize that you are not the people who govern us. You only have the ability to put things on the ballot, not legislate. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment in the room tonight? Yes.
Check the box.
That's okay. It's a big form. There are a lot of pages.
Yeah.
If you don't mind sharing who you are and what part of the county you're from.
All right, my name is Ian Armstrong. I am in the north end. I'm not sure what district that is, but so I kind of want to talk about accountability. So with the sheriff situation, so everybody keeps talking about accountability, but they're only kind of touching on it. So if we look back, and if you really think about it, I've only been here since 2005, and I've heard 1 controversy in the sheriff's department, and that was Ed Schroeder. Okay, he pretty much checked the box when he did what he did to not get reelected. Simple. So he didn't try. Okay. You look back at the Tacoma Police Department, and just in the last 5 years, there's probably been like 7 chiefs, and all of them were appointed. Okay, to become a police chief, you only have to get 1 person on your side. To be a sheriff, you have to get the majority of the people who vote. Whether that's 100,000, whether that's 600,000, whether that's 1 million, it doesn't matter. It's more than 1. That's accountability. For some reason, chiefs all around this state, Seattle, Tacoma are the 2 big ones that I can remember over the last 5 years have just been embroiled in controversy, in ill doings, in just problems. And those are all appointed positions, okay? And every other problem was not really a problem that should have been a problem, because it was something that just upset like 1 person. And that's why I don't think there's any chance that I should not be able to choose my sheriff, because I like looking back and saying, well, my sheriff whether I agree with him or her or not, has consistently not had issues like police chiefs have. And I just can't sit back and watch that get thrown in the toilet, like King County did. King County's gonna have nothing but issues because they already did this. And I would ask that you guys just think about maybe letting King County be the people you look at and let them break the ground and watch King County and see if it's worth it. Maybe we come back to it next time instead of trying to do it this time. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe we can now, oh, yes, another public comment.
Yeah, I didn't sign in to do it.
Okay, that's okay, you can.
Okay.
If you don't mind, please stating your name and what part of the county you're from. Thank you.
My name is Rayshawn Swinson. I live in Portland, Washington, so I believe that is District 5. Right?
Yep.
Okay. So I wasn't going to come to testify today or say anything, but my heart literally breaks as I hear everyone talking. And I mean, I hear from both sides. I'm not here to like say what stance I'm on or to say someone's wrong or someone's right. But we're taking up so much time, and I'm in my community every single day. I work with kids, I work with educators, I work with everyone in the community, and I hear so much of like what's not being stated today. I'm sorry, but I think that from both sides, I think that we've sat here and said things that need to be changed. And I see us fighting with each other instead of really trying to come together, get organized, and then come to these meetings and say like, hey, these are things that really would impact our community and that we should see change. I feel like if we utilized our time outside of these meetings and got organized and tried to agree on things, that when we come together, that we can really make government move fast. I keep hearing over the past 2 years, government moves slow. We're the voters. Like, we're the ones who can make government move. We're the ones who put everyone in these chairs, and like, we really need to do that outside of this space. And the reason why my heart breaks is because I live on a street where my kids see car accidents, see people use drugs every single day. I've been there for a long time now. And I want to see things move instead of like blaming everyone. Like, I want to see things change. And so I'm working on seeing that change. I don't know, like, I can't believe that we're sitting here fighting over something like this. We keep fighting each other instead of seeing things change. There's families that cannot afford food. There's families that cannot afford to pay their rent. There's children who the legislature just slashed 41% of our budget in early education. Those are going to be the same children that you guys are saying are bad. So they don't vote for, they don't vote for cops. I'm sorry, Sheriff, and I want to build a relationship with you, but that's not true. I didn't vote for cops, not because I was bad, but because I didn't know how to. And I didn't understand how to really understand and how to learn from you guys. And so I think there's a bigger picture that we all need to be seeing here today. And it's not fighting one another, and it's not calling someone bad or being biased about things. And it's not saying that systems don't need to change because it fits for you, because systems do need to change, and it should fit all of us, not just one group of us. And so sorry that it's not all put together and calculated, but I just wanted to speak from my heart today. So thank you guys.
Thank you. I believe that concludes public comment in the room. Oh, yes.
There were two hands raised.
So we're going to Zoom next. Thank you. If we can please.
Is that one person?
I believe that was everyone in person. Yes.
Yes, for any members of the public who wish to provide comment, press the raise hand icon on the Zoom or *9 on your telephone keypad. At this time, Madam Chair, looks like we have two hands. First hand is going to be Gloria. Please state your name for the record as well as your district. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Gloria Garcia. I live in District 4. The problem with the sheriff's office and what Keith Swank is doing right now is that he's openly discriminating against transgender individuals and wants to racially profile people in police stops. And the problem with that is that if he cooperates with ICE, which is against Washington law, then he's expending our resources to handle crimes within our county that need to be addressed. It's a waste of money. And the first transgender person that applies that's qualified for a position at the sheriff's office is going to have a hell of a lawsuit, a discrimination complaint, because he's not going to hire them or he's going to take discriminatory action against them. He's already promised to do that. They would be entitled to compensatory damages, which is all the wages that they lost out on, all the benefits, all the overtime. And in addition to that, they would incur pecuniary damages of up to $300,000 a pop. We don't need that. I don't want my tax dollars going for racist and bigoted purposes. We need accountability. And if the way to do that is to make it an appointed position, then that's what we need to do. We cannot wait 4 years as he accumulates millions of dollars of lawsuits because he can't act like he's grown up. He needs to follow the law. He's under the obligation to follow the law. He's under the obligation to abide by the oath that he took to uphold Washington law, which includes being a sanctuary state. And all that means is that everybody is entitled to due process. That's what the Constitution says. He wants to violate the Constitution at the cost of our tax dollars, and I disagree with that. So I strongly urge you to do whatever you can to make this an appointed position so we can have accountability once and for all. Thank you.
Next, Madam Chair, we have Eric Lumberg. Please state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me, guys?
Yes, we can.
All right. Well, thank you so very much. I want to say first, I appreciate this public forum so much because it does, as citizens, it allows us to hear so many different perspectives, and it's so healthy. Even though we may not agree with certain parts of it, it is very healthy for us as citizens to hear from everybody because we really want the same thing, and that's the success of our county. That's to have a great place to live in Pierce County. My name's Eric Lumberg. I don't know if I said that, but I've been here for 4 generations, and this is a great place to live. Now, because everyone's speaking about the sheriff, I think I want to make a couple points on this as well. I believe that the sheriff must remain elected, and here's the reason why. It's not so much about the sheriff, it's about the people. And we're seeing on a state level so much of the citizens' options to influence the direction of our state being taken away. And it's going to trickle down into the county level. Okay, we're losing influence as citizens, as voters, as taxpayers, and it is trickling down, and we see that. And it seems like the sheriff debate, which is very close to a lot of people's heart, is so much of a personality conflict. And it seems like a lot of people don't want to surrender their offense for the bigger picture. We don't want to surrender our opportunity to elect a official. We don't want to give away our right to vote for anything, because in today's political culture, we're not going to get that back. So, and I appreciate our Pierce County Sheriff, and I appreciate our Pierce County deputies, because they have been some of the most transparent departments that I've ever seen. I watch their YouTube videos every single day. They're showing us what's going on in the county. They're showing us, traffic violations, reminding us of traffic laws. They're showing us what took place here and there. That is massive transparency. Okay, people who are breaking laws and doing things that are against the law, they hide. They don't do all that kind of thing out in the public, and I think that is so important that we see from our sheriff. Whenever I have a question, I call the sheriff's department, and within 24 hours they get back to me, and that's a really good response time for something that's not an emergency, just a basic question. But I think a big thing that's taking place is we have a political battle between two parties. We see this in Olympia taking place right now, where the concern for the people has been removed and we're seeing two parties battle. It's trickling down to the county level. And we need the county charter to set up systems to protect the county from this type of political party battle. We, the people, want influence in every single part of the county because this is our home. We're the ones who pay into it. We're the ones who want to raise our kids and grandkids into it. We want to protect this county. So please do the right thing. Just give the people as many options as possible.
Thank you.
And at this time, Madam Chair, I'm seeing no other hands.
All right. I believe that concludes public comment for this evening. Thank you all for sharing your thoughts with us. We really do appreciate hearing from the community. So thank you. So that moves us on to reports and updates. I'm going to make my report very quick. Just thank you everyone for watching the video around mastering emotions. If you haven't done it yet, please do it. And pay attention to the emails that I send. Usually Friday, sometimes over the weekend. That's where you're going to find out who our next presenters are going to be. So just know that that's coming to you. All right. Any legal report on pending requests for analysis or advice? I'm seeing a head shake, so we're just going to move on. Next is a listening session. So if there are any districts that had a listening session and you'd like to report back or give us information, please remember there's one commissioner from each district. I'm seeing rock, paper, scissors happening over there. Commissioner Layton.
Yeah, we nominate Commissioner Lance to give our report. Thank you.
I guess so. This is Commissioner Layton, District 7. We had a listening session on Saturday morning in the Key Peninsula Library Conference Room. A number of community members attended. It was a respectful and enjoyable discussion. Most of the questions really were around the process of what this body is tasked with doing, and we had quite an informative discussion explaining and trying to understand the various layers of government, what our actual duty and opportunity is, which is not to legislate from this group, but to put forward recommendations for the voters on the ballot. We had some cookies and coffee too. It was great. So we're trying to schedule a few more.
Good job.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lance. Commissioner Stroud.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Stroud, District 5. District 5 had a truly wonderful listening session yesterday at the Southern Pierce County Library, attended by probably 30 or so people. So a lively crowd with a robust discussion. I do need to echo Vice Chair Lance's comments that a lot of it was related to procedures of this commission, a lot of it related to being unaware of what exactly the proposals are that are being debated by this commission and needing to rectify that issue. Commissioners have received a note from Commissioner Fletcher related to some of the topics we discussed at the district listening session, and that will provide some more information about what we all communicated about. District 5 does have intention of having another listening session this month. I'd like to announce that, but unfortunately I haven't confirmed with staff that that has been reserved. So we'll have to wait till next week.
Thank you. Any additional listening session information or updates? I'm just going to take this second to, oh, that's in the good work. Never mind, I'm not going to take a second now. So that moves us on, I believe, to amendment proposals, so number 8 on your agenda. I don't know, Chair, if we sent you the Excel spreadsheet. I did. Wonderful. If we can pull that up. Currently, this is our way of showing folks where we're at in our process. I promise you with all of my heart that we are working with county staff to get something more easily accessible on our website that mirrors what the council currently has in terms of documents. So that is something we hear you, we hear ourselves also, I promise, and we are working on getting that more available to you all. But currently, I'm gonna turn it over to Vice Chair Lentz because she's the one doing all the amazing work on the spreadsheet.
So just quickly, the spreadsheet that is up on the screen. The blue one is proposals that have been received from commissioners and at their various states. Actually changed the top line to try to make it a little more clear in response to points that were raised by a number of folks, commissioners and members of the public. It now lists the date that the proposal was introduced for the 4-vote sponsorship is the only day when it was submitted to the chair, and when we first got it in email, it doesn't much matter. So the date that the 4-vote sponsorship was requested, whether those 4 votes were met, whether we read debated the proposal at 2 meetings, and then what happened at the close of that meeting. So far we've debated 2 items at 2 meetings and have placed both in our hopper, if you will, for further discussion as to whether we want to send those to the ballot. And we have a number more that will be introduced tonight, and then we will achieve first meeting discussion or first meeting, whatever you want to call it, of proposal C1 related to appointment or election of the sheriff. So that's that. If you flip over to the public, there's none under other officials. If you flip over to the public, same thing with a slightly different twist because the process is slightly different. We have P1 relating to election of the Superior Court clerk that has been sponsored by commissioners. It will be presented by those commissioners next week. And then P2 has yet to achieve a sponsor. If somebody wants to do that, let us know. And P3 related to the size of the county council has been sponsored by Commissioner Rydell Kelly. So he will be introducing that at the next meeting, most likely. So that's it. And really, to echo the chair, definitely are doing our very best to get these in a way that they can be easily accessed and clearly, just a click through that says these are the proposals, so you don't have to flip through the packet. We're trying super hard. So voices heard. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Vice Chair Lentz, for going over the spreadsheet with us. So next. Oh, yes, Commissioner Hunter.
Commissioner Hunter, District 4, would it be possible for that to just get printed to PDF and sent to us in the packet?
So we're gonna do that, and we did it the first few times, but the trouble is the packets are published, and this is more of a static, or not a static document, it's getting updated up to the minute, and also, I don't think that the spreadsheet translated well to being printed.
No.
So I think that we could also ask the chair to add it to her weekly email, and you can see it then in sort of a preview. But again, the idea that hopefully we are very close to consummating is that it's gonna be available, that you can reach it externally from the county's website, our webpage. And that should address, people can look at it whenever they want, day, night, morning, evening. But thanks.
Thank you. All right, so on to new proposals for information only. We don't have any tonight. And then under public amendment proposals for consideration of commissioner sponsorship, we still have P2 here, citizenship for voter registration. It's my time to ask if anyone chooses to sponsor Commissioner Fletcher.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Fletcher, District 5. I'm not sponsoring this proposed amendment. I just want to make a record that, so we have it in public, that this proposal is far beyond the scope of this commission. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Commissioner Fletcher. Seeing no calls for sponsorship, we shall move on to Commissioner Amendment Proposals for Information and Potential Consideration for vote sponsorship. So just as a reminder, this is a time when the commissioner who's presenting the proposal will give us some information about it. We'll hear a legal report and then have a brief discussion that's about questions to the proposal. Not general discussion. If it moves on with that 4-vote sponsorship, that is when we will have deep discussion about that potential proposal. All right, so for first one tonight, we have C7R with Commissioner Ginn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know we talked about this briefly a number of weeks ago, and I think it's pretty self-explanatory, so I can be short. I like consistency. I think it helps make things clear. And the charter in section 8.2 notes that charter review commissioners, page 18, charter review commissioners shall have lived in the county for at least 5 years prior to being elected to charter review. But there was no such qualification around years of residency for executive officers or county council members, other than county council members being in the district they represent for at least 1 year. So I simply added that these other offices should also have been a resident of the county for at least 5 years. I don't care if it's the 5 years right before election. I just feel like they should have lived here for a good amount of time if part of your job is representing the people in your community. And I believe that's a central part of the job for the executive and for county council members. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ginn. Do we have any questions, or sorry, legal reports? I was trying to skip over, I'm sorry.
Sure, and I'm going to be reporting on behalf of DPA Calgar. And this is within the authority of the charter. And there is a comment about the difference between being a resident versus a registered voter in terms of confirming residency. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I see Commissioner O'Leary. Do you have a question?
Commissioner O'Leary, District 1. You had previously proposed a little different version, and it spoke to having lived in the district for a period of time to be eligible to run for office. This talks about being a resident. So that's a resident of the county overall as opposed to the district itself. So could you just make sure we're understood, or at least I'm understanding your change?
Yeah, the concerns brought up around redistricting and how people's districts can change made me move back from the 2 years to 1 for council members representing that district. But otherwise, this language is pulled exactly from the language as it is for charter review commissioners. So it's just 5 within Pierce County. And I have not changed the line about 1 year in the district you're running to represent.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Seeing none, I will make a call for sponsorship, and then instructed that we don't actually have to list out who's sponsoring, just that we need to be informed. So here's my official request for any sponsorship for C7R. I see 4, so we are good to go. Great, thank you, everyone. That proposal will now be put on an agenda in the future. Thank you. All right, on to C9, Deputy Executive, and this is presented by Commissioner Surratt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Surratt, District 5. Proposal C9 replaces the Charter's Executive Pro Tempore role with the Deputy Executive so that when transitions occur, an experienced executive leader can immediately step in and maintain continuity of government. The problem being addressed by this proposal is straightforward. The current charter states that the council may designate an executive pro tempore, may. At the same time, it does not establish a deputy within the executive branch. As the pro tempore role is technically discretionary, the charter can be interpreted as allowing periods where no one is serving in the executive office during an absence, suspension, or vacancy. While it is true that county ordinance attempts to address this gap, ordinances are no substitute for clear charter level direction on executive succession. Today's framework also does not reflect how modern organizations function. In most executive organizations, a senior deputy helps oversee operations and supervise the departments. When the need arises, a senior deputy when the need arises, they are then tapped to ensure that leadership transitions do not disrupt operations. As our county government becomes larger and more sophisticated, the need for that kind of leadership and operational continuity will only increase. So this proposal resolves these problems, and it does so by establishing the deputy executive as a charter-defined leadership role. It then embeds the deputy executive in the day-to-day management of the executive branch. So when the county needs someone to assume executive duties, it has a leader who can do so without a learning curve. This allows both the executive and legislative branches to carry on with their own independent work. It greatly clarifies executive succession, and it should be noted that it preserves checks and balances by allowing the council to designate an acting or interim executive in cases involving serious criminal charges or a conviction of the executive. And I ask for your support for the proposal.
Thank you, Commissioner Stern. And that's on page 20 of your packet. Vice Chair Lentz, help me find all the pages so that I can announce that as well. All right, legal report on this item?
This is within the authority of the charter.
Any questions? I see Commissioner Gill.
Thank you, Commissioner Surratt, for this proposal. I was just curious if you saw anything about defining a time limit of temporary absence or disability.
Presently, with regards to an absence or disability, the executive pro tempore, presuming that they have been selected at the council's annual meeting, would serve indefinitely should the executive be absent. That's their prerogative. The deputy executive would fill that role in that time period. If there is a vacancy, they would serve until the vacancy was filled through the appointment process. That's my understanding of this.
Commissioner Roby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for this proposal. I was wondering if you had any information or data about how many times a vacancy like this has happened and what the issues were when that arose?
Well, I do believe that executives oftentimes go through surgeries, have anesthesia, they leave the county on vacation, and during these times, contracts have to be signed or policies have to be executed, decisions have to be made. And I believe that it would be better suited for Pierce County to follow the Snohomish County model and have a deputy executive make these choices and have the executive branch continue to function without any disruption to their services, as opposed to having a legislator fill that role temporarily. So I think it happens commonly. This is more just a good governance technique, I think.
Can we go to Commissioner Hamlick and then we'll loop back around to you? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Surratt, for this proposal. Just had a quick question. I suppose this could be a lengthy answer, but just curious why you didn't propose changing the charter to shall elect a executive pro tempore and make that person kind of secede in the event of a vacancy. Just curious your thoughts on that.
No, I appreciate the question, Commissioner. My thoughts are that the executive pro tempore position is just an anachronism. I don't think it is a great feature in modern sophisticated governments. I do, like I said earlier, I think the Snohomish County model of having a deputy executive is a better one that I think will position Pierce County for any type of disruption in executive leadership. I think it just makes most sense for us to continue doing the business of the people in the executive branch. But you're right, it could just say shall, and the council will be required to do so and ordinances will be updated accordingly. I just don't think that's the best path forward here.
Mr. Fletcher.
Thank you, Commissioner Fletcher, District 5. Commissioner Surratt, thank you for the proposal. You said, did you model this off of the Snohomish County? Is there, like, did you use identical language? Is it, like, they have their own provision that does this? I just want to know how much of that county charter language influenced the language you have here.
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. Actually, very little of the Snohomish County charter influenced this language. Most of the language was taken from the executive pro tempore section of the existing charter. I use the Snohomish County model because King County has a slightly divergent one. They have an administrative officer that oversees their county offices, but then they have a designee that they are allowed to do because they're nonpartisan offices where the executive, through a notarized executive order, if I recall correctly, can appoint their successor or their acting officer. So the Snohomish County model does not do that. So I say we are similar to the Snohomish County model, at least if this proposal is adopted by the public, but it's not necessarily taken from that charter.
Commissioner Lee. Commissioner, sorry, Rourke.
Commissioner Rourke, thank you for your proposal. I have a question regarding the position being fulfilled and performed by someone that the executive has hired. And how do we make that position still accountable to the voters? When you bring in more or less a bureaucrat, that person still, there might be concerns if that's a longer term absence. But the concern I have is that you're kind of circumventing the will of the voters to have someone that was elected to be in that position. So how would that person be accountable?
Thank you, Commissioner. I would reject that assertion that there's no accountability here. This person would be council confirmed. It would be of the executive branch. So I think it makes sense to have the deputy executive do this work in the absence of the executive for any variety of reasons. In addition, my proposal explicitly states that for serious criminal charges or a conviction of the executive, that the council may step in and choose someone else to do this work, essentially either an executive pro tempore equivalent, somebody of the council, or someone else entirely. So it would be the executive making the appointment, council confirmed, so duly elected individuals installing this person to serve the public. I don't think there's any issues with accountability here.
Vice Chair Lance.
Commissioner Surratt, I guess my question kind of follows on some others, but the proposal takes this sort of, to step in the instance of need from the legislative branch and places it into the executive branch, which, makes some sense in terms of you're subbing in for the executive. But I am wondering if you gave thought to whether that was a significant shift, or was it just more of an alignment that this, this tracks in more of a logical way?
Thank you for the question, Vice Chair. I did give this a lot of thought. I do not think there is an issue, truly, with having an executive branch official who's been confirmed by council and appointed by the executive to do the work of the executive in their absence. Appointed officials who are council confirmed, I think, are fine. I think they're accountable to the broader structure of county governance. And in fact, this commission is debating making that the case of the sheriff. So to have a deputy executive fulfill that same type of, or have that same type of requirement, I don't think that's anything contrary. I don't think it's any violation of powers of the branches. And I hope I'm addressing your question. Please follow up if I'm not.
Commissioner Malowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Surratt, I have a concern, sometimes I don't feel like I'm being a parrot, but this is my concern. One is, well, first, I need clarity. Am I under the impression that the executive does not have somebody underneath them already. So if something happens to that executive, that person doesn't step forward. The second thing is that through my research, there's a pattern in regards to our administration. And that is bringing somebody in those positions, but not following the charter. Dave Morrell brought up one good example, which I'm researching as well, where they brought an interim, but the interim was never took the oath. By the Washington Constitution, it states that whether the person is an interim or not, they have to take the oath before they can execute being in that office or in that seat. So the one word that came up that somebody brought up was accountability. How do we ensure, all right, is there any way that we can place in writing that the administration knows that they have to be accountable to make sure that the process is being followed?
Thank you for the questions, Commissioner. With regards, I'll answer the second question first. I would have no issue with a future amendment proposal from you requesting that this individual take an oath. I don't have a problem with that if that is a burden to supporting this proposal. Happy to support that as well. With regards to your first question, presently, if the executive is absent or incapacitated in some way, it is enshrined in the charter that there is an executive pro tempore who may be selected to exercise the duties of the office of executive in their absence or suspension or temporary incapacitation, and that they cannot, veto any acts of council or fire any chief officers. So that is what is in the charter now as a discretionary option, which has been kind of solidified by ordinance where the council is indeed to select an executive pro tempore position. I am trying to do away with that so that the charter now will have enshrined in it a deputy executive who, because they are experienced in executive branch operations and they supervise it, can step up to the plate and do the duties of the executive as needed when the county needs them to do so.
Commissioner Day.
I motion to call the question.
All right, so that means we're going to stop discussion and we need a 2/3 vote in order to.
You need a second.
Okay. So we need a 2/3 vote in favor of calling the question, and then we will do, and then we'll just be done because so all in favor of calling the question, essentially ending discussion now. Please raise your hand so that we can get an accurate count. We're having Katie do this count now so that I'm not trying to do math. We have 2 online. Katie, are you good?
Sorry, one more time. Got a conflict. You can lower your hands. 17.
Okay, so that is enough to end discussion. Thank you, everyone. And since now we'll just move on to a call for sponsorship for C9 Deputy Executive. And we've got 4, so we are good to go there. Moving on to C10, the exercise of power. It's on page 23 of your packet, and it is presented to us by Commissioner Layton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Layton here, submitting for discussion and hopefully for some support, at least by 4 of you, the concept of majority rule. What this amendment would do would move the county charter back before, in time, right before it required 2/3 vote to pass the tax that are councilmatic that is outlined in state law. So the way that the amendment reads essentially strikes everything after county and ends there, which is how it was prior to that amendment when it was established over a decade ago. Just sort of, I think, from my perspective and my belief that we have a majority rule. That's what our democracy has been based on. There are checks and balances with veto power of the executive over the legislative. We kind of heard a little bit about that today in our comments, that there is that ability from that point of view. And there is some case laws about kind of talking about 2/3 vote majority requirements and giving the minority too much power in the process of legislating. And so I won't meander on more about why I think it is. I fundamentally believe that this is something that is baked into our democracy since it started, requiring 50% plus one when we want to do things in our country and our communities. So I'll just leave it there and see if there's any questions. Thank you.
Just that this is within the authority of the charter.
All right, so on to discussion. Are there any questions for Commissioner Layton about this proposal?
I have no
My head's on a
questions.
swivel. I'm not seeing a single.
I do have a hand raised.
Yes, Commissioner Hannick.
This is Commissioner Hannick, District 1, and the only question I have is, although it is for many issues to have a simple majority, the issue of taxation is special, and that's why they had it more than one. It's not something that can't be surmounted, as we have just recently seen in Pierce County. We have a sales tax increase. So when the issue is a really good one, you will get the supermajority vote. But what exactly is the reasoning, other than you were saying that it's customary to have a simple majority, but for taxation, there's a little higher threshold, and just wondered, what you feel is the reasoning for that.
Thank you, Commissioner Hannick. That is your opinion that there's a higher threshold. That is not mine. And I personally think that when there's a majority, whether it's an election or if it is ordinance, that the majority is how we move forward. And then if the county executive does not like that, they can veto it. And that is when the 2/3 rule comes in. When 2/3 rule comes in, we talk a lot about it here, parliamentary procedure, ending debate and kind of stifling conversation and kind of taking the rights away from an individual in our meeting space. That's why we just practiced as a 2/3 vote, right? On previous question, which was ending debate there. And so for just a matter of principle, and that's where I land on this one, and I disagree with you that this is a different level of ordinance than the other one out there. And then also, I think that it over-empowers the minority when making these policies and legislation. There's examples of the behavioral health tax that was burdensome with some of the issues that came up through that process of trying to get that approved and adding provisions in there that the minority wanted. And to this day, folks who work in the mental health, behavioral health field will say that tax is very burdensome to achieve from the county. The other one is the housing sales tax, the code changes that allowed certain provisions to be done that oversaw some ordinances in unincorporated parts of the county. Again, allowing the minority to drive the agenda on that is not necessarily what I believe is purposeful of what I believe in democracy of a majority plus one is kind of where I believe. So thank you.
Commissioner Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I wanted to clarify with Commissioner Layton that your point is that the minority shouldn't have influence, and that when something like this, like a tax, impacts everyone, that if you're in the minority, your voice doesn't matter as much. That's what I'm hearing, that you don't want to give too much power to the minority voice. Is that what you said?
Thank you, Commissioner. No, that's not what I said. Probably misspoke. or you misheard me. What I am saying is a 2/3 rule provides the minority with more power than the majority itself when you're trying to legislate. And so I just fundamentally believe, as democracy from the start of our country, that 50% plus one is how we make decisions moving forward. And then again, there are checks and balances baked into this charter about veto power by the executive already. We already heard that what is to give a check on a 2/3 vote as it is anyways, moving that forward. So I think that there are already functions within our democracy and our government that allows those checks and balances to move these ordinances forward.
I respectfully disagree with that perspective, for the record.
Noted.
Yeah, so this is just time for questions. Commissioner Hanlon?
Yeah, earlier in the meeting, Pierce County Council Chair Hitchin expressed opposition to this idea. I was just curious if you've spoken to other county council members on this.
I believe I heard Councilmember Hitchin support the majority rule for tax and oppose what Dave Morrell, maybe I heard that wrong. But I fundamentally have talked to some folks, and I feel like that this is what some folks have wanted, and I wanted to throw it out there as a debate topic and an idea to move forward.
Commissioner Rohr?
Commissioner Rohr, and I will get to the question.
That's great.
So I think in the past 5-6 years, we've passed 3 taxes at the county council, the behavioral health tax, the Maureen Howard affordable housing tax, and more recently, I'm not sure if it's the Justice Fund, but the public safety tax. And all of those have passed on a supermajority with the work of the legislators or the county council members working together. Like, it is incumbent upon trying to not just majority rules, but to work together and to find compromise and to find common ground and earn that trust of your colleagues and also the community. So is it not in your thought process that it's incumbent upon you to try to work with others to achieve that 2/3 majority, which has been achieved every single time in the past 5-6 years that it's come to a vote?
I think that there was a question in there about why I wrote it the way I wrote it, which was taking away the 2/3 vote, which I believe this is a process of not opining about my thoughts, beliefs about it, but mostly about the way I wrote it and why that it is what it is. I removed the entire section that allows it, which is also very wonky. I don't think we should be giving examples in charter language, regardless of the topic, by the way. But to your point, no, I believe in compromise. I believe in working together and working with others. I also just fundamentally believe in majority is how we move things through our democracy, whether it is electing folks, whether it is moving legislation. And I believe that there's our checks and balances already in place for those processes. Thank you. I believe I've answered that multiple times already, just for the record.
Commissioner Stroud.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Stroud, District 5. My question on this, well, actually a little bit of setup, I guess. I do think that this commission is the body to examine functions of government, and there are few functions of government more important than taxation. So I appreciate Commissioner Layton's proposal here, even if it's potentially a controversial one. And I do think that it's been well defended so that it can come to the floor for a debate. My question is, though, and perhaps it's cart before the horse, do you think, Commissioner Layton, that this would be something that would be submitted to the voters as a philosophical matter on taxation, or something submitted to the council as a technical matter?
Well, regardless, if it is to be changed, it needs to be a vote it needs to be an amendment change, regardless if it's a council comment or not. Because it is in the charter itself. So whether we move it forward as a charter amendment or maybe the council does as well. And just like a lot of issues, the voters will decide. We're not deciding it here. We will end our work at the June 30th. Whatever amendments we put up will go forward at face value to the voters in November, whatever the topic is, including this one. And so, you know, I think I just kind of fundamentally feel like this is something that voters should be able to decide on if they want it again. I believe we can continue to noodle on the language in our county constitution about what things have and allow the opportunity for change when needed, or the voters decide to or decide not to.
Commissioner Randall Kelly.
Thank you, and thank you, Commissioner Layton. I too have heard a lot of concerns from folks across the community about part of the process with the behavioral health tax and with the Maureen Howard tax, and certain types of obstruction and forced negotiation that made the tax implementation much more problematic. I don't know if we necessarily need to go into detail about those here, but if there's any more detail you want to share on that, which I think would, provide a little more color for folks here to understand why a simple majority might be more helpful in that case. I think that might be a productive part of the conversation. Also, I just plan on moving this forward personally.
I think that those can be saved for further debate moments moving forward, but mostly we're supposed to be answering questions about the writing of it, more or less.
Commissioner Fletcher.
Commissioner Fletcher, District 5, thank you. Commissioner Layton, I had a listening session with my fellow commissioners yesterday. A lot of them expressed concern about affordability, especially individuals a few of whom I've seen here tonight. They took issue with C10, they oppose it. And so I'm wondering what your thinking is on the timing of C10 and if there's a reason why you thought we should lower threshold from supermajority to simple majority now.
Yeah, timing is we only meet once a decade, and now we are meeting.
Right, so Commissioner O'Leary.
Commissioner O'Leary, District 1, I'd like to call the vote, please. Second.
So, all right, so you're calling the vote and not calling the question, or?
I think the same thing.
Call the question. Thank you.
A second.
So we have a call question, a second, so we need a 2/3 majority for this. All in favor, please raise your hand so that we can count.
You're not even voting for it?
Doesn't he have to?
Comfortable right here, I think you got 4.
No, this is the end debate, sir.
This is to end debate. What are we voting on?
Okay, so if we can all raise our hands for everyone ready to end debate.
He was advancing through time real fast.
He had power.
It's everybody.
We're definitely.
Okay. So.
It's gonna keep fluctuating.
Thank you, Clerk. We are then ending debate and moving on, or ending discussion and moving on to call for sponsorship for C10, Exercise of Power. Can I get any sponsors for C10? So it looks like we do have 4. More than that even. All right, so that will move on to a future agenda. So now we are on to C11, limits on terms of office, also presented to us by Commissioner Layton on this 26-year agenda. Commissioner Layton.
Thank you, Commissioner Layton here. Pretty simple, I think, straightforward concept here. This is just moving all elected offices of the county to 3 terms. No matter if it's nonpartisan or partisan, this includes the county council. And I believe I wrote it in the way, I think Susan and I tried to work on it, where those already serving now, that would count towards that 3 terms. So somebody that, might be finishing a second term here and a few years doesn't get 3 more terms, moving that one forward. I believe that's how we wrote it. So or how it reads from there. So sort of, again, we've heard that a couple of times through some of the comments we've heard already about 3 terms for council members. Some folks just really talking about, the first term is getting their sea legs in and kind of getting the understanding of the government down, and getting to know constituents is another one for county council members, the community members, and moving those forward. And then allowing that time forward. This still has term limits. This is still 3 terms. It is not meant to allow somebody to serve there forever. And I think with the sideboards on of the current folks serving in these offices counts towards it, we'll kind of limit those folks from getting, additional time beyond that as well. So happy to take any questions.
First, a legal report.
Oh, this is within the authority of the charter. Thank you.
Vice Chair Lentz has started us a discussion.
Just a quick question. I want to make sure that I understand properly. As I read the proposed amendment, it says service in a county elected office prior to January 1st, 2026 shall be counted as part of such consecutive terms. And I thought I heard you say that if they were already serving, they'd get 3 more.
No. We're trying to prevent that.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure I understood properly. So
Right.
it's as it's written, whatever you've done so far, you get whatever is left.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner O'Leary.
I hope, right, Susan? Like a double, I don't want a double negative in here.
Commissioner O'Leary, District 1, just a clarification question. This includes the sheriff. So from a housekeeping standpoint, if this goes through and we wind up with an appointed sheriff versus an elected sheriff, how do you see that impacting? Is this anything that needs to be addressed from a language standpoint?
I would probably ask Susan about that, but there would be a multitude of things about if we change one thing now, out of a new amendment and how that works. I'm not quite sure how that works, sir, to be honest.
It's just a heads up.
Yeah.
Housekeeping.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of, if you really look through this, a lot of maybe double entendre, if you will, of this charter of speaking out of turn from one charter amendment to the other. But there would be an overarching one on this one as well.
And just real quick, I'm sorry, but I just want to make sure it's not confused. If both go through to the public, I just want to make sure it's not confusing to the public, where we're moving one to an elected, and then we've got somebody serving a 3-year or 4-year terms. I just want to make sure it's made clear.
So Commissioner O'Leary, that would be something we would talk about should this move on to discussion.
Okay.
And I would offer that I feel like when I was on the City of Tacoma charter, there was a moment where if you were to change something, it would, there's a catch-all kind of sentence, like all other mentions of that situation, we'll just call it thing, is removed or kind of is where I'm not quite sure if that can happen here or not, but yeah. But I'm sure there's lawyers behind me that can figure that out.
Sorry. Any additional questions on C11? Seeing none, giving our friends online a second. All right, so now it is time to move on to call for sponsorship. Do I have at least 4 sponsors? And we got it. All right, so that will move on to future agenda as well. And that concludes our commissioner amendment proposals for information and potential consideration. On to commissioner sponsored public amendment proposals. As Vice Chair Lentz said earlier, we're hoping to have P1 and P3 ready for next meeting. It just takes more to kind of go through that process, but we'll definitely get to those next week. So that moves us on to F, which is a substantial discussion of amendment proposals previously advanced by 4 votes. Our first reading of C1, appointed sheriff and qualifications, on page 29 of your packet.
Madam Chair.
Sure.
Thank you.
Commissioner
Before we start on this next point in the agenda, can I request a 5-minute recess,
You can
please?
make a motion.
I move for a 5-minute recess.
Second.
First and second, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay. All right, we have a 5-minute recess.
And we're back, Madam Chair. And we are back.
Welcome back. All right, so we are on item F, under number 8 on our agenda, talking about C4, appointed sheriff and qualifications, for our first reading on page 29 of your packet. And this is the time for substantive discussion. So all those times I was like, hey, is that a question? This is the time. C1. And we will go to Commissioner Hunter first, as is his proposal, and then we will follow the rules of moving through the motion order, where anyone who hasn't spoken already, I will go to them first before going to a second round of calling on folks. So just setting those ground rules, and Commissioner Hunter, over to you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hunter, District 4. Should I read the amendment?
So the amendment is in people's packets. So if you would like to, you can, but you can also just, all right, summarize it and tell us what's that.
All right, so Pierce County has had a long and difficult history with the Office of the Sheriff across the decades. Under multiple administrations and political climates, we have had repeated controversies, investigations, lawsuits, failures of leadership emerge from this office, and they're not isolated incidents, and they are not about one individual. These are about the structure that places extraordinary power in a single office without ensuring a baseline professional qualification or meaningful accountability. The sheriff is not a symbolic role. The office oversees armed deputies, county jail, cooperation with state and federal agencies, and policies that directly affect civil rights, public safety, and the county's financial liability. In Pierce County, when this office fails, people are harmed and the taxpayers pay the price. Some will argue that recall elections provide accountability. In theory, this is true. In practice, the recall process in Washington is extraordinarily cumbersome and expensive and difficult to use, even in cases involving serious misconduct. More importantly, the recall process is governed by state law. The county charter cannot make it more accessible, more affordable, or more responsive, even when there are clear bad actors. The tool is simply not available to us at the local level. This amendment does not assume bad faith, it assumes reality. We should be casting a nationwide net for this position. Pierce County is a large, complex county, and it deserves access to the very best law enforcement leadership available, not just whoever is best at campaigning locally and lives in Pierce County. We're looking for a professional lawman, not a professional politician, someone whose career has been built on managing complex organizations, upholding constitutional policing, and leading with discipline and accountability, not on yard signs, slogans, and fundraising. Today, the sheriff, the most powerful law enforcement official in the county, has no minimum professional qualifications. Actually, that's not true anymore. We have some now. This proposal does not weaken public safety, it strengthens it. It doesn't eliminate democratic control, it refines it through appointment, confirmation, and enforceable standards. And most importantly, it moves Pierce County away from a personality-driven model of law enforcement and toward a professional, accountable, and legally defensible system of governance. We cannot keep saying never again each time while preserving the same structure that allowed it to happen. This amendment is about learning from our history and finally acting on it. And I also wanted to thank Sheriff Swain for his presentation. It was very informative to me, and it was indicated that I don't like the sheriff, which isn't true. I don't really know the sheriff. I just don't like some of the actions that have been taken, and I don't see any meaningful way for Pierce County to challenge what he's done. I'm sure the sheriff knows what it's like to hire someone and then need to fire them. You know, we thought we got the best person, and then later it was determined that we won't. Also, he indicated that the people would like a choice on who protects them. I think that the trans folks and immigrants in our community would like a different choice of who protects them and have no recourse except for to live in fear until the next election. Also, I think that
he indicated that we should beat him at the ballot box, which is exactly what we are doing with this amendment. Put it to the voters, let them choose. We're not gonna decide this commission, as has been decided or has been discussed before. We're merely recommending and letting the voters decide. I'd also like to point out that I ran on the issue of the sheriff, as did the other people in my district, and their opponents had a benign stance on the sheriff, and they all lost. So I am representing my district. I am listening to the will of the voters in my district by bringing this issue forward. I'd also like to point out that the only sheriff to win a re-election in Pierce County has been previously appointed. So it turns out that appointment can pick a good sheriff, and I also want to, the qualifications that I have listed no longer are in line with what the state has passed. And they are, I'll agree with the sheriffs that these are relatively arbitrary and should align with what the state law has now, but thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hunter. Commissioner Lennox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I want to thank the sheriff for his presentation this evening. I learned some new things, and it's good to hear all sides of the issue. I'd like to thank Commissioner Hunter for also putting this forward. So just a couple of things. So when this was voted, when the charter was changed in 2006, Pierce County was about 500,000 people. Pierce County is approaching 1 million people. It's over 900,000 now. There's been 2 censuses in 2010 and 2020. The age of the average voter and citizen in Pierce County has dropped significantly. It's down to about 37 years of age. And diversity has gone up significantly. And when I ran in District 7, the number one thing I heard from people on all sides of the issue, and I think we've seen it by all these good people coming into these meetings and talking about whether they're for an elected sheriff or whether they're for an appointed sheriff. This is a hot topic within our community. And I believe that this should go to the voters. I believe clearly, and I appreciate Commissioner Hunter's language about the qualifications because of what's happened within the state. I was actually going to suggest a possible amendment to even take that out and just say appointed or elected to make it very clear to the voters. But if anybody who is supporting an elected sheriff can tell me why they think that the voters shouldn't have the final say in this, I'd love to hear your thoughts. I'd love to hear why you think the voters shouldn't vote on this, because it's kind of a double entendre and it's a little bit confusing. But I can tell you from a personal experience representing District 7, which is North Tacoma and Gig Harbor, Key Peninsula. First of all, when I was on city council in Gig Harbor, we had an appointed police chief who was incredible, served many, many, many years. It was an honor to work besides Chief Busey. So yes, there are issues with appointed sheriffs. There are issues with elected sheriffs. I have also heard though from constituents in my district who said they will not call the sheriff if they need help because things have been said about a group they belong to, whether it be LGBTQ, whether it be immigrants, and they feel like they'd rather just figure it out on their own. And that makes me sad. And I heard a really powerful testimony by a woman earlier tonight where she was speaking from the heart. And she said, there's so much more to look at in this charter that let's put an end to it and just put it to the people and move on. And that's how I feel. You know, I don't want to get in a tit for tat with any of you. I don't care if an idea comes from the most conservative or the most progressive person here. If it's a good idea, it's a good idea. And I would love to sign on. So in these divided times, I feel like people want people to get along. What I heard when I went doorbell knocking is people are tired of the divisiveness. People are tired of hearing this and that. A lot of people are in the middle and they just want us to find common ground. So I want to find common ground with other people on this commission. But if you have a reason why this shouldn't go to the voters, again, please tell me. I'm open to hearing that. I truly am. Thank you.
Commissioner Henwick.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Heimlich, District 3. I have a couple of comments. First of all, Commissioner Hunter told the Tacoma News Tribune that division over the proposal is clearly partisan. I would take issue with that, and here's why. When King County moved to an appointed position, they had a vote. It went to their ballot. 45% of the residents and voters of King County voted in favor of an elected sheriff. 55% voted in favor of an appointed sheriff. If you follow politics, you know that there is 45% is significantly higher than any number of Republicans in King County. So there are clearly independents and Democrats that are in favor of an elected sheriff. When Pierce County voted to return to an elected sheriff in 2006, nearly 2/3 of the residents and voters of Pierce County voted for an elected sheriff. Again, significant bipartisan support for an elected sheriff. So I think when people are making public statements that it's only a partisan objection, I just disagree. I think this is for me, it's a process objection. It has nothing to do with partisan. I want the right to vote for who my sheriff is. I've heard many public comments that this is the only vehicle. Well, I disagree. One, the ballot box in 2024 or in 2028, or two, there is recall. Recall is in the charter. If the bar is too high, then maybe we should lower the threshold. But when people feel like this is the only recall, or the only resort, I think that is a disservice to the charter, and we should address that. If we want more participation, then let's make it easier to recall an elected official. I might be open to that, but I'm adamantly opposed to this proposal. Others have talked about representing their district. I also ran on an elected sheriff, and I got 96% of the vote in my district. I was unopposed, that helps. But regardless, the voters of my district are adamantly in favor of an elected sheriff. And so I will be standing up for that. To the last point, why shouldn't the voters have a say on this, to try and address that question? I think the challenge with that question is we could literally put forward an encyclopedia of amendments. At some point, we as the Charter Review Commission have to use some judgment in recommending to the voters the things that we find the most pressing issues, and we are recommending a change. When we put it out there, we are recommending a change. So if you're saying, well, I'm neutral on the change, then I would suggest that you not vote in favor of something. And so if by that logic, though, every proposal, we could just say, well, why don't we send it to the voters? Why don't we send 13 members of the council and just see what they decide? Why couldn't we propose any number of things? So I think that to have that perspective, I think is just misguided. And ultimately, we have limited space on the ballot. And there are issues that we need to be cleaning up in the charter. And so I will be opposing this effort.
Commissioner Rogie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Rogie from District 3. The position of sheriff is established as an elected office under the county charter. The position was elected in the charter until 1980, when it was changed from elected to appointed following the 1979 racketeering scandal. Voters subsequently approved a charter amendment in 2006 to return the office to an elected position. This aligns with the broader tradition across Washington state, where 38 out of 39 county sheriffs are elected, fostering local control and community representation in law enforcement. Preserving this system is crucial for maintaining public trust, operational stability, and independence from undue external influences. Recent legislative attempts, and now passing, of SB 5974 empowers an unelected state board to remove duly elected sheriffs and underscores the need to protect this voter-driven model. Elected sheriffs provide a direct line of accountability to the public, a key benefit over appointed positions. Elected sheriffs must earn voter approval, ensuring they reflect community values and priorities, unlike an appointed sheriff that would have to operate under the direction of the executive, which could lead to partisan enforcement. Holding sheriffs accountable through election promotes responsiveness to local needs, such as crime prevention and public safety. Elected sheriffs operate independently from the executive, appointments like directors of county departments that could prioritize political agendas over public interest. Across the US, approximately 95% of the sheriffs are elected out of over 3,000. Pierce County Charter and Section 3.7 mandates the sheriff shall be a nonpartisan position elected by the voters of the county and shall serve full-time. This provision reflects the county's commitment to democratic governance. Reversing this or allowing state interference would undermine that intent, eroding local autonomy. Elected sheriffs ensure that law enforcement remains rooted in local communities, resisting centralization that could dilute voter influence. Preserving elected sheriffs safeguards accountability, trust, and stability, which is essential for effective policing. Pierce County should uphold this model to protect democratic principles and community safety. Thank you. Commissioner Layton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Layton here. I move to eliminate number 2, qualifications of the sheriff and everything after that.
Second.
Oh, I wasn't quite done yet, but and add in section 1 after law enforcement officer of the county, the council may by ordinance provide minimum qualifications above and beyond that in law.
Second.
There we go. Okay.
All right, so we have a motion to eliminate number 2 and add in section 1.
At the end of that, the council may by ordinance provide minimum qualifications above and beyond that in law.
All right, so on to discussion of this motion.
As maker of the motion, I'll just briefly say that one, it appears the state legislature has moved on a bill that would provide these qualifications that I just was rereading them this evening and making sure I kind of understood them. They either hit everything there or actually go above and beyond what Commissioner Hunter even put in there in the first place. And then also the second part of my amendment, just really giving the council some really good oversight about what they kind of have in that position and giving some thoughts and authority there as well of who our chief law enforcement officer would be for the county. Thank you.
So Commissioner O'Leary. Commissioner Boyd.
I have been thinking about this for a while. And I mean, all of our audience and public comments have been about this topic. And I just want to remind us that this is not about one person.
So this is about the amendment.
The amendment talks about voting in, but our conversations are about one person. So I appreciate your question to stay on the amendment. And I just have some wonderings about the parts that make it so that we are not really holding accountable the needs that are here. And so the amendment, me pulling anything out of the amendment, I can tell that I'm in the wrong place here. But and maybe it just means me bringing another amendment to the table, because there's something about having accountability and trust from all parties that are speaking to us. And we are talking about long-term change. And so that's, okay, I'm gonna be quiet. I'm so good. I'm doing my.
You'll get a chance.
I'm sorry.
We'll get there. Commissioner Strong.
Commissioner Surratt, District 5, with regards to the amendment, is there a need for it to reflect general law as opposed to just law, so that it encompasses state constitutional law and operationalizing, if that's the word I'm trying to use, RCWs? No, the charter uses general law frequently.
I think that's
So is that maybe a question that people could look at for us?
He's correct that the charter does use the phrase general law quite frequently. I think it's referring to state law.
Right, additional discussion on our current amendment. Oh, there's a ghost in this room. There's something happening with these name cards. They're just flying everywhere. So seeing no additional discussion on the amendment. The amendment before us, we will vote on motion to eliminate number 2 and add in that. You have it written down.
I typed it out.
Thank you.
The council may by ordinance provide minimum qualifications above and beyond that in law. General law, state law, all law, just law in general.
So all in favor of the motion to amend? Let's do hands. Please raise your hand.
We have 13.
With 13 in favor, all opposed. 2, 4, 5, 6 opposed. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, can you keep your hands up, please?
Oh, wait, sorry. Go right ahead.
And 7. Any abstentions? Great, so the amendment passes. So now we are back to discussion of the entirety of the proposal as amended. Commissioner Rydell Kelly.
Yeah, so I'm firmly in favor of this, unsurprising. I campaigned on this as well and was, won my election and received the highest votes in my district. And this was one of my core talking points and something that constituents told me about all the time. And so I'm very much in favor of this, precisely because I want to advance democracy. Sheriff Swank earlier has made a lot of comments tonight and prior about partisanship and nonpartisanship. And one of our commissioners a few minutes ago just referenced the charter itself about the office being explicitly nonpartisan and how, as it's stated in the charter, the sheriff is supposed to be a nonpartisan office. Chair Swank's attacks on immigrants, trans Canadian members, and in particular regarding their Second and Fifth Amendment rights openly is hyperpartisan. It's taken a very specific, authoritarian, undemocratic, anti-constitutional stance in very open public spaces, on social media, in public comment, in front of the public, in meetings I've been at with him when I was a candidate for the 27th Legislative District, and meetings in front of the County Council that I've seen multiple times. The most concerning thing about this for me, and we've talked about it at some length now about how much bigger the county has gotten and what kind of population growth there's been in the county. One thing that has not been stated, and we should be very clear on, and I'm a data person by training, a sociologist, and have a demography background, is that a disproportionate amount of the growth has been driven by the precise communities that Keith Swank is disparaging towards. So we have a huge influx in immigrant populations, almost the vast majority of whom are registered voters and American citizens, but are afraid of ICE, of Donald Trump, of collaborationism. And likewise with LGBTQ folks, our trans community, young women and couples fleeing persecution in other states, including my home state of Idaho. This is a deeply chilling thing, and actually, if we have a sheriff that is non-responsive to those communities, it means those communities have less trust and faith in government. It means they have less trust and faith in law enforcement. It means they have less trust and faith in voting. All of those things ultimately fundamentally lead to anti-democratic results. The inverse of this is having an appointed sheriff that is accountable to bodies that were elected by the majority of the population in elections that have higher turnout than elected sheriffs ever do. There has been significant ballot drop off in every single elected sheriff's race in Pierce County history. Paul Pastor is going to come here and talk to us next week. Everyone likes Paul Pastor. I like Paul Pastor. He ran unopposed twice. None of this that we're talking about is actually democratic. All of it is partisan. All of it is specific agendas trying to keep and control a very narrow swath of power for a specific base in a county that is otherwise not aligned with them because it has been changing dramatically in the last 4 years. And that is what's going on here, and that is why I'm fundamentally in support of moving to an appointed sheriff, and very thankful to Commissioner Hunter for bringing this forward. Thank you.
Commissioner Hannick.
So, my position would be to be against this. I do live, as I stated before, in unincorporated Pierce County. And I believe that even the cities have their own police departments. I think he mentioned Edgewood and University Place as only 2 cities that have contracts where the sheriff comes in and does that. I like the job the sheriff has done. I look at the role of sheriff as protecting my house, my community, from the bad guys, shall we say. And when I say bad guys, I mean, I really mean, I hear shouting, I hear practically murder going around. I've had my backyard used for a SWAT team to go to a house in the neighborhood. And I like that kind of presence. And I feel that that electing the sheriff, whether he's a Republican or Democrat, doesn't matter to me as long as they do their job. And the sheriff is one role where I believe that we have to look at it as a role and not as a person. And that we move forward in whatever decision we make to always look at it as a role, not a person. I've heard many words being said about a person, but not enough said about the role. And who actually gets serviced by that role? Well, it's an incorporated Pierce County, not the cities. If you live in the city, then you have a police department. And I just feel that maybe the cities should be served. I also feel that those who, just because you voted in 2006, that makes you unqualified to vote today. That the vote, when you were saying making sure that all the voters go in and just vote for the item. Well, they already voted. They already voted for an elected sheriff. And that this issue came up 10 years ago. And again, we chose not to put it on the ballot because we did not think that there was really heavy support for an appointed sheriff. So we left it as an elected sheriff in the charter review 10 years ago. And I believe that's where it should stay until the voters actually come up and tell us. And I've heard from many constituents that in the rural Pierce County that said, we like the way it is now, we like electing our sheriff and knowing who that person is. I think the voters are smart enough to make sure they have the qualifications they need to become the sheriff. And we've had a really good slate this 2024. So thank you.
Commissioner Layton.
Thank you, Commissioner Layton here. I want to talk about my house, and in my house, trans people live. I'm a part of the LGBTQ community, and I have been working most of my adult life on rights for that community, my house, and protecting those people in my house. And many of those folks don't feel like they are protected, don't feel like they can call on law enforcement. So when I talk about protecting my house, it should be everybody. It should be whether you're a Democrat or Republican. It should be whether you're straight or trans. And law enforcement shouldn't be getting in the business of that. And unfortunately, that's where we're at. But I'll end my kind of comments on this because I know this is his first reading, but this has been the number one thing that I've heard during my election, whether whether it should be voted, elected or not, right? I've heard it all. This is the number one thing that has come up. It's the number one thing that's been coming forward here. And in my mind, once it goes to the voters will decide in November. The political machines will pick up on one side and pick up on the other and work on those campaigns. Getting to November, a vote will happen. And in my mind, that will put that discussion to bed. And that will finally end the community conversation, in my mind, and let this very controversial topic, which is the number one thing being talked about in our community, and it has been, will be put to bed on that issue, whether it's the amendment is affirmed or rejected by the voters of this county. And I think at the end of the day, that's the kind of the beauty of this, is it is us, the voters, we, the people that will end up deciding on this. There's nothing wrong with continuing to put questions before our community that are difficult, that are controversial, and let them figure it out through their voice at the box. So I'll be supporting this all the way and getting it to the ballot.
Commissioner Ginn. My apologies. Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Ginn, District 4. One thing I hear a lot from voters, and I don't want to repeat, we've all heard a million reasons on either side, but one thing I hear a lot from voters is that at the ballot, they feel like they have to choose between the lesser of two evils, like they don't have good options when they vote. Last year, I went to the county council meeting where they appointed and affirmed the new clerk of the Superior Court, and it was mentioned in that meeting that they had 51 qualified applicants for that position. So I, as an HR person, as someone who's for open and competitive processes, I want to find the best possible person for the job, and I believe that that is more likely to be done through appointments, because you get more people applying to the job than you do people running for an elected office. It's a very different thing. And that's why I also had worked on an amendment around requiring open and competitive processes for all appointed positions and all department heads, because I want to make it clear that appointment doesn't mean you choose your friend to do a role. You don't choose whoever. The county runs open, competitive, meritorious hiring processes for these roles now in practice. And they're working on it in ordinance. I don't want to vote for the sheriff, just like I don't want to vote for the coroner, because I run a lot of hiring processes, but I don't personally feel qualified to assess the fit for those roles. I'm not very familiar with what those roles do. So that's why I am in favor of this amendment. And thank you, Commissioner Hunter.
Commissioner Malasky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to say this one thing, Commissioner Lycan, thank you so much for your statement, because it was on point. Basically, is giving the reason why the voters should not have the option to vote. Why are we going to try to give them the impression that they don't need to vote for anything anymore? All right, right now there's a pattern going on right now through our state, and it's bleeding down to the county, where a lot of the positions that are identified as elected positions are converting to appointed positions. And basically, we need to try to explain to the people why we're surrendering our voice of authority and giving it to the administration. Now, I wish I can believe that going through the HR process that we'll find wonderful candidates. For me, who's hired employees and managed a company of 280 people, I wish that was true, but it's not. And I'm going to keep saying it as before, is that you can give me the best applicant, best resume, best whatever. You can give me 100 people, but there's no guarantee about this person until they actually do the job. The same thing with the elected person. That's why I don't want to play this tennis court thing. It's been a tennis court, and I'm getting tired of it. From here, basically, however it's written, whether I agree with it or not, the bottom line is: are we going to vote to take the voice away from the people, Or are we going to vote so that people can still have responsibility and not charge for their own life? It's not done at the charter level, but it's depending how we write it, so it's on the ballot so that people understand this is where they stand. You're either going to vote to protect your voice, or you're going to vote to surrender your freedom and give it all to the administration. There is no guarantee whatsoever, whether it's elected or appointed, that that person's going to be the exceptional employee. Nobody can guarantee that. But the thing is, there's laws and policies in place already to use that. But for some reason, we're looking at this as if we don't want to use those rules and laws in place. Yes, we do have a recall. Recall is a slow process. I understand that. But on the appointed side, they also have a process which the people don't even have the right to intervene on. It's all based on the administration. Right now, we have a pattern right now here with the administration. They don't buy by the charter. The people that they brought on is not even abiding by the rules and policies in the first place. So you can't guarantee me that over 50 people that will find wonderful people. All right, they're not enforcing that. So I am not in favor of this amendment, but the bottom line is this, and I like to call it the question, all right, because it's down to the voice of the people. However we write it, it goes forward to the ballot, the people's going to make that decision. Thank you.
Stop there. Yeah, so to end debate, I guess would be the question at hand. So do I have a second? Hearing none, back to discussion. So Commissioner Heatherington.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be quick. Commissioner Layton and Lance, or Likens, sorry, said a lot of stuff I agree with, but you know, when I got to this position and being elected for the first time and sitting here and listening to, you know, this be 99.9% of the stuff that we're hearing from the community, and our job, I'll remind us as commissioners, is to bring forth the will of the people, and that's all this is doing, is bringing, you know, the vote to the people. Timing is kind of everything, and sorry, Chief Swank, some of the actions that have been going on, or you know, that in the community and stuff has brought this even more, you know, up in the eyes of both sides, right? And so I feel we'd be doing the voters a disservice at this time if we did not bring this issue back to the voters. And it sounds like this is the third time in a row, third charter review that we've talked about this in a row. They just mentioned that it didn't come forward, didn't go forward in 2016. Yes, it went forward in 2006. So it'll continue to be, this is going to be a vote to see if we're appointed or elected for the next 10 years, right? It's just another vote for 10 years. And then if it gets taken up again in 10 years, it gets taken up again in 10 years. So, I mean, it's just comments on both sides here. And we don't take it to the vote of the people and let the political machine, you know, do its thing. We're not taking away the vote of the voice of the people. The people are going to decide if the executive has the voice or if they want to utilize their voice to elect, to appoint or elect their sheriff. We're not taking away their voice is going to be heard in November if this goes to the ballot. So.
Commissioner Consuelo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's, again, a lot of people mentioned what their constituency voted for them, and I, alongside Commissioner Rydell Kelly, ran on protecting my immigrant and refugee community, and having served on another commission for nearly 4 years now, where we hear directly from them to where there is no connection between public office and them, and we're increasingly trying to build that and establish that relationship, especially with our undocumented folks. It is very difficult when this rhetoric gets turned out from a person in office. But in addition to that, I know we've been talking about not putting this to the voters, but since 20 years ago, a big portion of the population that we forget is our young people. I haven't been able to vote for the sheriff. I would like to vote whether or not we get an appointed or an elected sheriff. If you were 18 in 2007, you'd be roughly 40 years now without having been able to vote for a sheriff. And so, I mean, even in just a decade, that's a big portion of the population that has turned 18 since then without having that option to have their voice heard in that manner. Some of you guys may have voted for it back in 2006. I don't know how old you guys are, so some of you guys might have. I know I for sure haven't, so I would personally like that option. And on top of that, this new generation is, I literally don't know how they would vote. They're anti-establishment, but also, what?
I just wanted, was the email supposed to be on the screen?
Oh.
Yeah, I was looking at something.
Oh, and
It was on our screen, sorry.
No, there was nothing, that's fine.
Anti-establishment, but also not trusting of the government. So I really don't know what way my generation would vote, but I would still want to propose it to them to be able to decide that. Thank you.
Need a microphone.
I need a microphone. Yeah, hi, Commissioner Strickling. I think I've heard a lot about what the people on both sides, public comment wise, the heart of what everybody wants. They want their sheriff's office to function. They want crime to be stopped. They want transparency. Some claim that there is transparency. I would argue that I haven't seen a tremendous amount of transparency from our sheriff's office. I have seen a lot of politicking and a lot of partisanship. I can offer an example of myself. I experienced a crime and the sheriff's office did not solve my problem. It was actually the insurance that we purchased. Somebody found the item that was taken and they solved the problem. I still have never heard anything back from the Pierce County Sheriff about that crime. I haven't felt that that was very transparent and I haven't felt that it functioned. So if he's the most transparent sheriff, and I want to make this clear too, crime is a growing issue. It may not even be Keith Swain's fault. It could be a financial issue. It could be a staffing issue. It could be a lot of things, but I don't know how many people also in this room have actually experienced a crime. I don't know how many people that are giving public comment have experienced a crime. So all I have as far as facts for me is that it's not functioning. So I'm in favor of probably pushing this forward. That's it.
Commissioner Roby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Roby, District 3. The number one issue with my community as well was what I heard from them was to keep the elected sheriff. And what I keep hearing from the community is that the elected officials are out of touch and they're not listening. So I think why I'm advocating to keep the elected sheriff is because one, my community loves the sheriff and he's doing his job. And we're seeing an improved situation because of him in rural Pierce County. We don't have a secondary police force. We have the sheriff's office. And so the number one issue is them keeping their ability to elect the sheriff, and their frustration is that we don't listen and we make them, they respond, they do written comments. I'm gonna be trying to track all of the written comments because the comments that are coming in, the majority to me look like they want to keep their elected sheriff. And I know in my district they do. So putting this out to a vote when there are other items that we can tend to clean up the sheriff, when this, it really frustrates my community, and they have expressed to me how disappointed they are that they aren't listened to. So that's a reason why I wouldn't put this out for a vote, because they've already told me and I've already heard it from several of them. And so I want to thank Sheriff's Night. I think you're doing a good job. Thank you. Commissioner Boyd.
Now I can talk a little bit. Okay. want to say, I was saying this isn't about one person. I just wanted to keep reminding us of that. And to say we are in it for the long term. People, you know, in my community talked a lot about not having an elected chair. They're not on those roll calls, but they have talked to me personally. And so I know there are a lot of people that want this to be an appointed position as well. I don't care if it's appointed or elected. I'm going to say it out loud. What I care about is that we have somebody that is accountable to all people, whether they serve them or not. That we will have people that are trustworthy, that we will have the most qualified people in this role, that we will have opportunity for them to be vetted for that on some protocols and some standards that we are going to follow. Look at me. I'm an African-American woman. I have been, you know, through the mill as a leader, as a principal, and, you know, shot down with words. It is debilitating. And it's not about him. It's about the people that we have in this role need to have supervisory accountability. Everyone that is in a role of any leadership responsibility has to have accountability. It's not about saying whatever, and it's not about doing whatever. It's about having some standards that we are going to follow as individuals that are in such important positions. I am offended when I hear that you want immigrants, illegal immigrants, to come kill your family, or whatever they're saying. I'm just making that up, but those are the stories that were being kind of said. You know, like, you want crime in your neighborhood. You want the drug house. You want this or that. Nobody wants that. I live in Steilacoom. I can go into my neighbor's house and they won't care that I just walked in. You know, that is my neighborhood. But it's not everybody's. And we do want people that are going to respond to crime and not be scared to call the person in charge. We want a place where people can feel like, yes, they are part of it, part of hiring people that are trustworthy. If I have people sitting on the Pierce County Council, it's because they were elected to do so by those people that are up there and not. They're there because they are elected to do so. Our charter needs to support rules of governance that are supportive of all people. We got elected as different kinds of people that we're passionate about no harm coming to our communities. We all want to be in safe communities. We all want whoever sits there to have been voted in one way or the other. And I'm telling you, we have to say we are going to have oversight. I'm not going to sign off on anything that doesn't give some oversight to our elected and appointed officials. Period. That's what we need to do if we are going to give the people what they really want. Safe environments to live. And that's what I hear is the binding force here. And I think it's our responsibility to find the binding sources and stop the jumping on one side or another. I'm not going to do that. I wasn't elected to do that. I'm nonpartisan. But everybody knows that I care about every single person in my community if they know me. I'm not doing 6 volunteer roles that give impact to the community. I'm working harder now than I did when I was a principal. Every minute of my life is giving back. And that's because it is important to all of us to take this seriously, not call people names, not say you are this because you believe in that. you believe in, having appointed. Those people that are appointing were elected by us. They're not just appointed people. And we have to remember what we are doing here. We are making safer communities for everyone, not because I live here, there, or whatever. And anybody who says anything different than that, that's what I'm wanting, or everyone I speak to wants, is not telling the truth. So if I said this other thing about amendment, I don't care about the elected or appointed, I don't, but if this is the way we're gonna hold people accountable, then I'm going to support it going forward for the people to vote on. Vote for whether you want it to go or not. But know that accountability needs to be on every amendment that we give to the people that are in charge of the important things to our community. And I want to be able to talk about other topics as well, because other topics are deeply important too. And I want to put this, if there's a couple of things that go through and make it through, then a couple of things go through. And then then we decide which ones goes to the very end. And we then let them decide which ones win out. All of the voters of Pierce County. I'm sounding angry, and I don't want to sound angry. I'm just frustrated by the whole thing, because I know that we all want the same thing. That's what I believe. I believe we all want the same thing, which is hard to see. Nobody on that film is going to know that we all want the same thing when we are hitting each other down. And so I'm not going to do that. I agree with so many of the points in the whole room of everybody who stood up and spoke. You have points that are strong for what you're believing. And I'm not going to diminish that. That is important. And I'm sorry, I feel like a preacher right now, so I'm going to stop there and just say I'm ready to say yes, that this can go through to our next level. Thank you.
Commissioner Lickens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That was worth the wait, Commissioner Boyd. So I know you had to quiet it down earlier, so I appreciate you speaking from the heart. This will be very brief, I know, especially because of the late hour. Just two very quick things. I think everybody in this room cares about public safety. I think every single one of us, public safety is very important to our communities, so finding common ground is a good thing. And if we vote differently, it doesn't mean that neither of us care about public safety. I think we all do. And I have respect for everyone's opinion, and even if I respectfully disagree. I did just want to point out, though, there was some mention of changing the recall. And the recall statute in Washington State is done, from my understanding, is done by state law, state constitution. And we don't have purview within our charter, it is my understanding, to change the recall process. So I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Commissioner Herrera. She needs a microphone.
Thank you. If I can remember what I was gonna say. Thank you, Commissioner Boyd, for your touching comments. Elizabeth Herrera, District 2. Going back to my constituents, I heard about the elected sheriff a lot too. And where I live, it was popular to keep the elected sheriff in place. So I heard the word democratic a lot, and I just wanted to read the definition to everyone really quick. Democratic means a system of government or organization where power is held by the people, exercised either directly or through elected representatives, and based on principles of equality, majority rule, and protected rights. It commonly refers to free elections, representative government, or fair treatment. So that being said, when I came to my first meeting, from the very beginning, it was, the sheriff thing was brought up. And I'm a listener. I'm a really good listener. I like to listen. And what I heard was, unfortunately, a lot of hate. You know, and we do experience that throughout our lives because we are human. However, we were elected here not to hate. You know, we need to listen to what our constituents are saying. And just because you don't like someone or something they said, sure, there have been some comments made by the current sheriff. I don't follow them because the same reason why I would never follow you and judge you on every word that comes out of your mouth. I don't have time for that. It's not in my culture. I go by a higher power. So I'm hoping that we all can view this through a higher power as well, whatever your power may be. Appointing any position, whether it's the sheriff or anybody, I think waters down and weakens the process. Case in point, there are several appointed positions in the county, and right now we are contacting them and seeing if they'll come and speak and say a few words regarding their position. I called a appointed person today, and I was told that they would have to ask the executive for permission to come speak. So that speaks volumes to me. They have no control over what they're doing. What are they doing? What is their role in the office? Will the public ever know? County government is subject to disclosures, of course, public records. Let's see, and I feel like if we appoint, and I'm speaking to the public as well, and my constituents, if we appoint a sheriff, that gives the executive more power over us. I don't want that. I want to keep the power in my base where I live. And I want that for you guys as well. So I have no doubt this may go to the public, which is great, which is fine. I will be voting for an elected sheriff all day, every day. The same as I'll be voting for an elected governor or an elected executive or council member or auditor or assessor treasurer. So that is my stance. Speaking on crimes where the sheriff maybe didn't get back to you right away or
ever
show up in your area, maybe we should look towards changing the laws back to where criminals actually get held accountable. And maybe that would change the outcome. And
Point of order. What is your point? She keeps getting interrupted.
If I can just remind all of the commissioners that we would like to be able to fully hear what each of us is going to say. So the point will take in. Thank you.
Commissioner Herr, thank you very much. So as I was saying, we should be looking at bettering our county rather than pointing fingers and, hating people for whatever reasons you may have. And Pierce County would be better for that. And again, I've heard it from several of you. We need to work together to make this charter better. And you know, we can't keep hating on each other and taking sides. We have to look at what's right for the people, what's right for our county, what's right in government, and what's right for our nation as Americans. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Heimlich?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll keep this brief because I know the hour is late. But my main point is, how many county executives have we had that were not reelected? I just did a quick review, and dating back to 1985, every single county executive was reelected. So once somebody is in, whether it was Joe Stortini, Doug Sutherland, John Landberg, Pat McCarthy, Bruce Dameyer, they all served 2 terms. There's a proposal to extend the term limits now to 3 terms. So that's 12 years, 1 executive. I would just argue, when you look at the history of the county over those last 40 plus years, the sheriff, having a directly elected sheriff, is more accountable to the voters than someone who, once they are in, historically has never been unelected in our county. And so again, I think that if we want an accountable office, that office holder, that public official, should be accountable to the voters and be elected directly. Thank you.
All right, so, Commissioner Strickland? Oh, sorry, you were on the, sorry, we're on the second ones. Yeah.
That's fine. Somebody else know.
So I believe, Commissioner Malowski was the first of our seconds. Oh, Commissioner Rourke, sorry.
Oh, yeah, forgot my assigned task. Mic toggling.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, sorry, I misspoke. It's Commissioner Roar's turn first.
Thank you.
Commissioner Roar, I just want to say how much I respect everyone who is sharing, especially from your heart. And I hope some of those things will get remedied. And I know this is a really passionate debate as well, and probably will be until we get to the point of ending this commission. And so I know we all took an oath, and we took an oath to the Constitution of our country and our state. And I just wanted to speak to one of the issues that Commissioner Herrera brought up in regards to the elected sheriff. And I think I've heard this too from the Washington Association of Police Chiefs and Sheriffs, which is a body of the state of all the sheriffs and all the appointed police chiefs. So those are your boots on the ground. Those are, they are doing the hard work in our state, which is really difficult because we have the lowest amount of law enforcement per capita in our country, which we'd love to see that remedied. And they have spoken as a body very definitively that they are opposed to an appointed sheriff because they feel, I think, largely like a pawn. They are controlled. And I think there's a reason in our Constitution why there is the separation of powers. You know, and not to bring up another controversial time, but we saw during COVID how emergency powers changed the dynamic between our law enforcement and our elected officials and the way government worked. But there, and that there was an imbalance of power. And I just share that concern, and that it's really important, what I've heard from people when I'm talking to them, that our sheriff has that independence in leading, that discretion to protect our community, but also accountability, 100%. So Yes, so thank you.
So now on to second round comments. Commissioner Malinowski.
Did you call me, Madam Chair?
I did, yes, it's your turn.
Thank you so much. I heard the ski at the end. It finally resonated in my head. Madam Chair, I want to call the question.
Second.
All right, we're called the question. We have a second. This is again a 2/3 majority in order to end discussion. So if anyone can please raise your hand that is in favor of ending discussion.
We count 16.
So I do believe that it meets the 2/3 threshold, so. Yes, and we will have this on the agenda again next week for additional discussion, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that ends discussion of C1.
Say it twice again next week.
For tonight. The proposal will move on as amended to our agenda next week. So, last bit under code of the order, Commissioner O'Leary.
I would like to make a motion to move C1 to the first amendment agenda item next week. After the public comment, let's get it up there and get it handled.
So there's a motion to move essentially what is currently the last item under number 8 up to the first item after public comment next week. Do I hear a second?
I'll second that.
All right, all in discussion. Commissioner Surratt?
Just a question, this would go ahead of any public presentations that we now have scheduled? To understand what the proposal is here.
Well, the ask before was to move the presentations before public comment, and this would preclude or proceed public comment. Be the first discussion.
After public comment.
No, I just want it to be the first amendment item that we have a discussion on, that's all.
Okay, so, Commissioner, Vice Chair Lance has a question.
I guess my question is, are you asking that be a permanent agenda switch, that we put second readings at the top of the agenda for all things?
Well, that could be an amendment. But no, I didn't think that far ahead. My intent was to get C1, which is absorbing a tremendous amount of our time, to the top of the list of the amendment discussions, so we have plenty of time, and then we call the vote and we move on to that.
So
All right, does everyone feel clear about what we are voting on? Any additional discussion? All right, so the motion before us is to move discussion, second reading of C1 to our very first amendment proposal discussion on the agenda next week. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say nay. Any abstain?
Me.
I abstain.
Sorry, I need to stop doing that.
Come on, man.
I would
You just
say
couldn't
the
do it,
ayes
could you?
have it.
You just couldn't do it.
No.
So
Oh, we're getting closer.
that moves us on to, for good of the order, just as a heads up, for in-district meetings, May 11th has been claimed, so please look at other dates if you were thinking of May 11th. And that is it from
Madam Chair, I move to adjourn.
Second.
motion to adjourn, seconded, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Meeting is adjourned.
Okay, so that's what I was.